Yes, hello everyone, and once again we are back with our coverage of the Women's T20 Cricket World Cup 2026. And today's match is going to be quite key because we are bringing this to you live from Headingley Cricket Ground in Leeds in England, and it is the West Indies up against the Bonnie Lasses of Scotland. Now both teams have won their opening games, so whoever wins this game will go second in the group and might perhaps be challenging England for top spot. Maybe not so much Scotland, but we will, of course, see how that works out. Now, the big news, of course, from the toss is that the Scots won the toss and they chose to field first. So this is certainly going to be very interesting to see how this particular game pans out. And I will, of course, give you the team news. I can tell you right now that the West Indies have, in fact, made one change with Chanel Henry coming back into the team. So, and Stefani Taylor's also back, which means that Zayda James and Shawnisha Hector make way from the team that beat New Zealand in their first international. So it's Kiana Joseph, Hayley Matthews as skipper, Shemaine Campbell, of course, who played that magnificent knock of 90 not out to beat New Zealand, batting second, Deandra Dottin. And as mentioned, Taylor and Henry are back in the lineup, followed by Josiah Claxton, another all-rounder. And then we've got the bowlers, Janelia Glasgow up against Scotland. This is another reason why I just had to do this, and I'm glad that Hanno enabled me to do this. Followed by Aaliyah Elaine, Afi Fletcher, and Karishma Ramharak. And of course, it looks as though Scotland will probably be unchanged, and yes, they are unchanged. So I shall, in fact, give you the Scotland lineup right about now, and here we are. Unchanged, of course, from that fine win over an Irish team that I think it's fair to say this is going to be another learning experience for them, but Scotland have shown that they are a much stronger team. And so in addition to the Bryce sisters as captain and wicketkeeper, who both took the match away from Ireland with that fine century partnership. Bryce, of course, getting 60 and winning the Man of the Match award, while Sarah was very unlucky to get out, one short of 50. Darcy Carter and Catherine Fraser will be opening the batting. And then after the Bryce sisters, it'll be Megan McColl at number 5, Elisa Lisser at number 6, Priyanaz Chatterjee at number 7, who is expected to possibly fill an all-rounder's role, and yes, she will. And then after that, you've got the bowlers, Rachel Slater, Kirsty Gordon, Chloe Abel, and the elegantly named Gabriella Fontenla, which I'm pretty sure will be an Italian name. We won't be too far long now before the national anthems, and I'm really glad that I was able to make sure I got back here on time, because having requested that we do this, I had to, of course, go out to the gym and then make sure I got some food to take back with me, sort of a takeaway, as it were. So I did not want to miss this in any way, and I'm glad I got back here in time. Whoops. Well, of course, you will, of course, hear these two anthems being played once they come out, and both of these anthems are exceptionally, beautiful anthems. And, of course, the Scotland women's cricket team might be taking inspiration from the Scotland men's team, who are, of course, playing in the football FIFA World Cup on the other side of the Atlantic. They won their first game against Haiti, but they weren't exactly convincing. And they will have a tough game against a Moroccan team that were, I have to say, undeservedly awarded the African Cup of Nations title after the whole issue which took place that particular day. The whole controversy regarding the walking out, and then Brahim Diaz missing his penalty, and then Senegal scoring an extra time winner. Senegal, for me, were worthy champions, and they were, put through the ringer horribly during that tournament. And just as I wasn't able to watch coverage of that on the television, I will not be watching coverage of this Football World Cup. So for me, it's all about the Cricket World Cup. And, this is what we are doing. Just another reminder, it is Bonnie, Scotland against the mighty West Indies, live from Headingley Cricket Ground in Leeds in the UK. And just a confirmation of proceedings. Of course, Catherine Bryce having little to no hesitation in choosing to field, and basically saying that the cloudy conditions will probably assist them behind bowling first. Now, of course, as far as the England men's cricket team are concerned, they also opted to bowl, but I can tell you right now that they are struggling a little bit. They are currently 205 for 5, in no danger of being asked to follow on, but Joe Root, of course, as stand-in captain, making 46 before being out LBW to Matt Henry. Harry Brook also out for 24. Emilio Gay with another half-century, but it's down to debutants James Rue and Jordan Cox to try and rescue them more than anything else. And of course, another landmark is that this is Deandra Dottin's 150th T20 international. So certainly looking forward to seeing how she performs. And some very big news, of course, from the England camp is that Captain Nat Skipper-Brunt, who had a calf strain when she batted against Ireland and had to retire 2 runs short of a half-century, has been ruled out of the next 2 games. Now, just as well, I would say that probably not just quite as well, because, they've already played Sri Lanka and they've played Ireland, but with the next games being Scotland and the West Indies, you wouldn't want to lose your captain, especially for the West Indies game. And, of course, England will be closing out the campaign with a game against a New Zealand team whose defence of their tournament, I think it's fair to say, is very much in tatters. And now we are at this stage where the teams are just walking out and will be walking out onto the field. And almost a full house, I would say. Plenty of West Indies supporters, but actually not quite a full house. Mistaken. But the few people who are there because they love their cricket and they love their teams. And so we see the flags being unfurled. Just another confirmation of the lineup. Scotland, of course, unchanged from the team that comprehensively beat Ireland, while the West Indies have made 2 changes. Stephanie Taylor and Chanel Hendry coming back into the side and will certainly, provide them a bit of a boost. Now, Scotland batted first against Ireland and had no problems being able to bowl Ireland out. Batting first, it will be interesting to see how they do. And of course, I'm reminded of a fixture between these 2 teams on the men's side in 1999 when they played in the ODI World Cup. The Scotland captain Gregor Salmon opted to bat first on the green top. Dreadful mistake. But the teams are walking out. And of course, the West Indies women will want a measure of revenge because they actually lost to Scotland in the qualifiers for the 2025 ODI World Cup and ended up missing out on the tournament. So some measure of revenge will be there. But it's anthem time, so time to mute my screen. Two impressive anthems, wonderfully rendered, very well sung, and it'll be time for the action very soon. And of course, if you are still eager to find out what's going on in the Football World Cup, I can tell you right now that Hanno's and Jean-Lou's Bafana Bafana team are playing the Czech Republic. And I'm telling you what, I think it's fair to say, sadly, very sorry, boys, your World Cup might very well be over. Czech Republic, of course, lost to South Korea, a team inspired, of course, by Heung-min Son and managed by the legendary Korean captain Myung-Bo Hong. But they've redressed the balance and they've taken the lead. I actually took that lead very early in the game in the 6th minute. South Africa, credits to them, have so far managed to hold them off. And I think there is no Lyle Foster in the starting lineup today. But, of course, Ronwen Williams is captaining the team. And you would think that there would be a chance to recover. But South Africa, of course, having two people sent off in their first game against Mexico, I think it's fair to say that they're always going to be behind the 8 ball in every single way. But anyway, we're on to the cricket. And I don't like cricket. I love it. And we've already got a comment. Well, apparently, Jean-Louis has made it clear that he's not supporting Bafana Bafana. He's supporting Oranje. And yes, you did mention that, my friend. I do apologize. I remember you saying that, and my memory has just failed me, so do please forgive. And of course, still a lot of work for South Africa and the soccer. I would agree, but there have been times when South Africa have looked good, and I mentioned that in the mid-90s, that South Africa team was, quality, and certainly in the 2002 World Cup, they should have made it to the next stage. A lot of veterans, of course, from the team that won the Africa Cup of Nations back in 1996, if memory serves me right, under the captaincy of Neil Tovey. Those were the days, my friend. You thought they would never end. But anyway, time to focus on the cricket. And it is, of course, Kiana Joseph and Hayley Matthews, the captain, who are walking out. Kiana Joseph, of course, a rather stocky, well-built left-handed batsman, in contrast to Hayley Matthews, who is, of course, right-handed. And as mentioned, this is Deandra Dottin's 150th T20 international. You think that she will have a role to play with the bat later on. Just recap, it is the Women's T20 Cricket World Cup. Scotland against the West Indies, live from Headingley in Leeds. Scotland won the toss and they chose to field first, which is why the West Indies are, in fact, batting first. Two changes for the West Indies, Scotland unchanged, and it won't be long now before we start the game. A lot of empty seats at Headingley, which is disappointing to see, but I guess that's more or less par for the course when you have group games involving teams that aren't exactly fixtures. And it looks as though it's the left-handed Kiana Joseph who will be batting first. Needs 16 runs to get to 500. Has played about 30 or so games. And at the non-strikers end will be the captain, Hayley Matthews. So already a challenge because Hayley Matthews, of course, ranked number 4 in the world. 3,285 runs for the skipper. And speaking of skipper, it will be the Scotland skipper, Catherine Bryce. 67 wickets from her 60-odd games for Scotland, an economy of 5. And she's going to be bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Kiana Joseph. So it will be interesting to see if she maintains her line. Because, again, if you stray down the leg, you're asking for trouble. And the countdown is almost over. 3, 2, 1. Let's play. Over the wicket to the left-hander Kiana Joseph. And that's the delivery you would want, but it is edged behind the wicket-keeper. And this is why you need to have a slip fielder. You've got to have a slip. Or at least get third man behind. We're seeing so many nicks and edges go behind to third man and fine leg for boundaries. Sooner or later, you think you've got to stop the flow of runs. And obviously, Sarah Bryce not able to help her sister out there. But that's 4 from the first 4. And this is the second delivery is sort of fended all the way to the point fielder, Megan McColl. And definitely a must-win for New Zealand against Ireland tomorrow. And you think that the White Ferns would get that. Third delivery, still over the wicket to left-handed Joseph. And I think she'll be disappointed not to have made the most out of that. She did play that quite well, but probably didn't have as much force or as quite good timing as she'd have wanted. Goes straight to the mid-on fielder. Another dot ball. Fourth delivery of the over. And this time she sort of fends it all the way down to the, you could say, the extra cover region, and that will be a single. That brings Hayley Matthews on strike. Captain to captain. It was, of course, a Gary Glasgow who played for the Trinidad and Tobago men's football team, or soccer team. I wonder if he's related to this lady right here. And the fifth delivery, still over the wicket. Played by Hayley Matthews, once again all the way down to the mid-on fielder, so that's another dot ball. All things considered, this is a good start for Scotland. And, of course, Claire Polasak from Australia and Kevin Cluster from South Africa are the umpires. Cluster, of course, has been very busy with third umpire duties. And Hayley Matthews plays that final ball all the way down to, you could say, the mid-wicket area, the area between square leg and mid-wicket for a single. And so, after one over, the West Indies are 6 without loss. Just a reminder that we will be updating the scoreboard at the end of every over or whenever a wicket is taken. And the second over will be bowled by the elegantly named Gabriella Fontanella, 18 years old, right arm medium from the Kirkstall Lane end. Very young, played only 5 games and taken 1 wicket, certainly seen as a talent for the future. And it's right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Hayley Matthews. She's got to get her line right too, which she doesn't do. Sprays that wide down the leg side, and that's going to be an easy wide ball. So, and again, in overcast conditions, if you want to bowl first, you do have to make sure that you get the line spot on. You definitely do not want to stray down leg for any reason whatsoever. Just a reminder, the winner of this match goes level with England at the top of the table. So both teams eager to, well, that's brilliantly fielded, but Chloe Abel there gathering the ball very well, but just not quite able to prevent the single being taken. And of course, as mentioned, Kiana Joseph is close to 500 T20 international runs. Priyanaz Chatterjee, who will be bowling later on, will need 3 wickets for 50 in T20 internationals. And as mentioned twice earlier, Deandra Dotton is playing in her 150th T20 international. What a servant to West Indies cricket she has been. Second delivery of the over the wicket. And a shout for an LBW, but that might have been going high. And clearly, Kelly Cluster is not interested in that. And there is an option to try to review that. I think both bowler and skipper know that that was going over. We might be checking that, of course, on the TV screen. But no, it wasn't going over the top, but maybe just pitched slightly outside. And another fine delivery, which Joseph isn't quite able to get at. Attempting a cut to the cover region, only succeeds in playing that to the mid-wicket region. Kevin Cluster, the 39th T20 international, and Claire Polasak from Australia in her 76th. And the third umpire, who will be in charge of TV duties is N. Janani, who adjudicated yesterday's game between England and Ireland. And a fine shot there from Joseph, straight through the cover region. That will be a boundary. Hit with such speed that the fielder was just not able to get down in time. And you could see there, with that level of power and that connection, it just sent it through at a fine speed. Getting to the pitch of the ball perfectly. Very nicely played. 2 balls left. Ooh, this time a shot for an LBW. And I think once again, it was just pitching outside leg. It's fine bowling from Scotland so far. Both Catherine Bryce and Gabby Fontaine have asked questions of the batswomen and have made them work hard for their run so far. Last delivery of the over. And that goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. Played in the mist. Very well bowled indeed, despite the boundaries. And after 2 overs, the West Indies going along at 6 and over, 12 without loss. I want to say thank you to that one person who is, watching live. And Jean-Louis, if it is you and you are watching, do feel free to come on between the break if you want to have some halftime analysis. I mean, mid-innings analysis, not halftime. So Kiana Joseph pretty much well on her way. 2 boundaries already in her knock. One of those, of course, being an edge down to third man, and the other one being a more authoritative smack through the covers. Hayley Matthews not quite able to get started yet, but once she does, you think she will be on her way. And there's already a bowling change. It is Rachel Slater who's come in. Left arm medium, 35 wickets in her 40 internationals so far, including today. And she's going to be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Hayley Joseph. And that is the best line you want if you're bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-handed batsman. Sort of pitch it on middle and off, and do not give the batsman or batswoman any room to play that shot. Second delivery, and that is very well bowled once again. Obviously, Hayley Joseph trying to go down the track and smack that, but all she could do was find the mid-on fielder. Unfortunately for Joseph, she wasn't quite able to get the timing or the connection. Dropping short of Darcy Carter there mid-on. And once again, another fine piece of bowling. Again, you see Hayley Matthews trying to come down the track, but just not able to quite get to it. And if Rachel Slater can maintain the line, she will cause the West Indies quite a few problems. So you could say that Catherine Bryce's decision to bowl first has been vindicated so far. But again, it will be interesting to see how the Scotland batswomen approach their innings. And all good. Muy lekker, you could say. Fourth delivery. Oh, that is a fine delivery there. You can see the swing, and she was in many ways saved from being out LBW by getting some bat on that. So this is wonderful stuff from Rachel Slater. And the seam position over there, it's not quite straight along the seam. You can see a bit of deviation, but obviously when she aims it, she's looking for the in-swing. 50% of her deliveries on a good length in this launch phase. And that is very nicely bowled. And 5 dot balls so far. This is a magnificent over. But as we all know, such are the fine margins in cricket. You can bowl 5 excellent deliveries, but if one delivery is slightly off, that can be hit for a boundary. and that kind of affects your figures. But Rachel Slater with the final delivery of the third over. Will it be a maiden for this fair maiden? Well, tragically, it's called a wide. I'm not too sure why, because clearly, you know, the batsman went for that, played and missed. They do have an option of reviewing it, and they're probably appealing for a catch behind as well, but Catherine Bryce saying no, not really worth it. And you can see there, it's just pitching and moving. Well, that really should have been called a leg by, to be honest, but I mean, not even a leg by. That hit the batswoman on her leg, and there's no way you're going to call that a wide now, are you, umpire? Walking towards the leg side, hoping to play that, and just completely missing it. Brilliant over from Rachel Slater, and after 3 overs, the West Indies are 13 without loss. Well, that is really the best over you could bowl first up. So maybe an inspired change from Catherine Bryce. The only question is, who comes after Miss Slater? We are back with Miss Fontainebleau. Senorita Fontainebleau, as it were. And it's once again right arm over the wicket, this time to the left-handed Kiana Joseph. And of course, another reminder that in the first 6 overs, the power play, only 2 fielders are allowed outside the centre circle. Over the wicket. And that is once again a brilliant delivery, the right line you want to bowl. This has been an absolutely brilliant display of line and length bowling from Scotland so far. Very few poor deliveries, and the West Indies are now going to have to work for their runs, it has to be said. Second delivery, and that is a fine shot there from Kiana Joseph, but the fielder is well placed there to more or less save the boundary, and in the end they only up running 1. Smacked all the way down to deep mid-wicket, was or you could say cow corner if you will, and the fielder well placed there for that shot, so it's just a single. And certainly when Kiana Joseph is at her best, she can be a very powerful hitter of the ball. And this time Hayley Matthews sort of tipped that all the way down just beyond the cover fielder, and that'll be another single. And so we are back with Kiana Joseph. And that is another good delivery, played all the way down to square leg, and that'll be another single. So these singles are actually going to suit Scotland a lot more than the West Indies, definitely. Kiana Joseph, also an occasional left-arm spinner, who I mean, definitely a part-timer, you could say. Two deliveries left. And once again, Matthews trying to go down, but only succeeding in playing a forward defensive shot. And seeing some clips here of Fontainebleau working in the nets to get her line right, doing some fine work with the Scotland coaches. Scots players also play quite frequently in the English domestic circuit. It's last delivery of the over. And that sort of, well, I think Fontainebleau will be not too happy with that. It kind of sat up, really, for Hayley Matthews, and she sort of powered that all the way down to the deep wicket boundary for 4. So, again, this is about the fine margins. You can bowl 5 excellent deliveries, but then one final delivery could be taken for a boundary, and it will sort of, be a bit of a downer there. That's the difficulty, really, of being a bowler in cricket, especially if you're bowling in limited overs games. After 4 overs, West Indies are 20 for no loss. They would have liked to have been at least 35 or 40 or maybe even more. But the Scotland bowlers have bowled magnificently so far. And we are back, of course, with Rachel Slater. This is going to be interesting. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Joseph. So I think she'll be looking more or less to try and... if she's hoping to induce another nick, there needs to be a slip fielder, or at the very least bring third man a little bit closer to the wicket-keeper. You do not want to have another edge going down to third man for a boundary. And the 2 fielders outside the circle are patrolling the leg area, which is where she likes to hit. First delivery of the over. And that is played all the way down to short fine leg. Or fine leg was brought up a bit, and that would be a single. So basically showing how the left arm seamer has bowled to Matthews so far. And I think she's relishing the challenge of bowling to the West Indies skipper. And once again, the delivery sort of stopping really in front of Matthews. And however, though, the running between the wickets isn't exactly very dynamic. They haven't really gotten much more than singles so far. Run rate is just above 5 and over. I think the West Indies might perhaps look to take on the spinners later on. Fine delivery, but sort of well played enough with the ball dying before the mid-wicket fielder there. And that is, of course, Carlos Brathwaite, a legend in West Indian T20 circles who had the pleasure of taking the trophy out and placing it on the platform earlier this afternoon/evening, you could say. The delivery also nicely played all the way down to the extra cover region, and that will be another single. So these singles, once again, I think Scotland will be happy with that. They're not boundaries, but the West Indies will also know that singles are better than dot balls or wickets. Last delivery of the, actually 2 deliveries left, actually. And that is smacked all the way by, ooh, is that taken? What a catch that is! And the opening partnership has been broken. That should be out, I think. That will be going to the third umpire for sure. And the Scotland fielders are absolutely cock-a-hoop, and they deserve to be so. Well, Kiana Joseph obviously was looking to go down the leg side. And Catherine Bryce had put a fielder down there at deep mid-wicket. Very, very well hit indeed. It had the distance, it had the height, but was it going to go over the boundary? Well, the catch was taken, but there is going to be a question of whether or not she touched the rope, and I don't think she did. I don't think the fielder did. No, I do believe she's fine. That is out. That is out. That is a brilliant catch. And the dangerous Kiana Joseph goes for 13 of 15. And the West Indies have a little bit of a problem. 24 for 1, with 1 delivery to go in the 5th over. Excellent bowling from Rachel Slater, and she has been rewarded. What a catch. And it's Catherine Fraser all the way down at deep mid-wicket who took that expertly and superbly. White Ferns, if you're watching, this is how you do it. And of course, one advantage as far as the West Indies are concerned is that the match winner from the previous game is now in. And she's got to face the final delivery of Slater's over. And she ends up sort of playing/fending that all the way to the point region, and that's a dot ball. And so after 5 overs, the West Indies are 24 for 1. Now, of course, it was Matthews and Campbell who did that brilliant rebuilding job, so to speak, when the West Indies lost early wickets of their own, including losing Kiana Joseph to a needless run out that day, it must be said. And of course, it was Campbell who went on to be the match winner with that fine innings of 90. Her highest score in T20 internationals, and what a time to do. And so we've got the skipper, Catherine Bryce, back into the attack. And she will bowl the final over of the power play. So the 3 seamers so far will have now bowled 2 overs each. Is Hayley Matthews, who will take strike for the first ball over the wicket. And she digs that out all the way to the square leg fielder and is happy to take a single. But just once again, you could say that it was slightly cross-battered. She was hoping to find the mid-wicket boundary, but Catherine Fraser doing brilliantly there to prevent herself from going on to touch the rope. Easily the catch of the tournament so far, it must be said. And now we've got Shemaine Campbell now, right-handed, up against the right arm over the wicket bowling of Catherine Bryce. And Campbell plays that all the way down to the deeper square leg fielder. That'll be another single. I mean, you can just watch that catch over and over again. I think Kiana Joseph just couldn't resist the temptation to go for that. And all the way down at deep mid-wicket, she was 60 metres away, but she took that catch magnificent. And finally, once again, some great fielding from Scotland. I think not the best of deliveries there from the skipper, but she got her field placing spot on. And of course, the question of how Scotland have performed as a fielding unit in recent times, they actually have a catch efficiency of over 90% in T20s since 2024, the best of any team in this tournament. So you could say it's not really a surprise that they've taken their catches so far. But Shemaine Campbell flicks that 4th delivery from Catherine Bryce all the way down to the backward square leg boundary for a 4. And this will, of course, be interesting to see how the veteran and her skipper go about this. They will definitely need another big partnership. 2 deliveries to go. And no chance of an LBW there. I think she got some bat on that. And that sort of ended up going out all the way to the, you could say, the short 3rd man region. Last delivery of the over. The West Indies barely at about 5.5 and over. The boundary will take them to 6. And no chance of an LBW there. That sort of cut to point fielder. They will run another single. I think they're grateful for singles at this point. And after 6 overs with the power play over, 9 runs from that, 5 singles and a boundary. West Indies, 33 for 1. We'll sort of have an update on the football and some big news from the Czech Republic South Africa game. South Africa have actually drawn level with Mokoena scoring an 83rd minute penalty. Teboho Mokoena settled his nerves, scored that penalty, and now there's a chance for South Africa to get a point here, which will give them some hope when they play South Korea in their next game. But it's not the best result for the Czech Republic, though. They would have wanted to win this. And, of course, the match is deep into stoppage time at the end of the game. But other scores, of course, Switzerland to take on Bosnia in the group, Canada to face Qatar later on. And Group A action will conclude when Mexico face South Korea not too long after this. And of course, not too long after that, the Scottish men's football team will be in action. And as far as the men's team are concerned, well, rain has, of course, delayed proceedings, but they are on 220 for 6 behind New Zealand by 171 runs. I think Joe Root's strategy of trying to use the short ball against the lower middle order didn't really reap dividends. Glenn Phillips going on to make a fine century, of course. But England now need to really make sure they recover their poise and avoid playing some stupid shots. They can get to less than 100 behind. I think they will fancy their chances of, doing well in the third innings when they bowl. So, top performers, of course, Rachel Slater with 1 for 5 off her 2 overs. The West Indies are at 5.5 and over. And looks as though they're going to continue with seam, so Rachel Slater will get a third over. It will remain to be seen if Bryce opts to bowl her out quickly or give her 1 over at the end. Once again, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Hayley Matthews. This is a fine battle now between Slater and Matthews, and obviously Kiana Joseph thought she'd, defeat her, but sadly she ended up losing that battle. First delivery. And that's sort of wide of the batswoman, but because Hayley Matthews wasn't able to get the connection or the timing right, all she succeeds in doing is playing that to the cover region for a single. Many of their deliveries have been on a good length and in the slot. There was even a Yorker. 1 full toss down the leg side, which didn't even result in very much. Second delivery. And she's maintained her line magnificently. But have the West Indies taken a single? Yes, they have. Sharp fielding again from the Scots. I think you've got to say that their fielding has also been spot on today. And that was very well stopped over there by the backward point fielder. And slower delivery, pitched on middle and leg. And once again, it's another single, and Scotland needs to be careful to avoid overthrows, but thankfully there was a fielder backing up there. And this time she opts for more of a cross-seam position, which ends up becoming a sort of a slow left-arm slower ball. And that is, of course, tipped by Hayley Matthews for yet another single. And a wild swing and a miss there from Campbell. There were, of course, some 3 singles, so Campbell is, of course, now back on strike. And some images of the day. Teams walking out, Scotland in their huddle. West Indies batswomen walking out, of course. Some very fine up-close images there. The West Indies will want to try and increase their run rate, but the Scots have literally been outstanding. And this one is played all the way down to deep extra cover for a single. And I suppose it's fair to say, with the outfield not being very, very quick, singles are sort of now going to be more in order here. Once again, that is played all the way down to the point fielder there, Kirsty Gordon, making sure that the batswomen don't try to be too clever. And so after 7 overs, 4 from this over, the West Indies are 37 for 1. And they're looking as though they're struggling a bit. Best over was obviously the last over of the power play where they got 9, boundary and 5 singles. Since then, it has not been easy. Not by any means. Rachel Slater's first over, of course, went for only 1. And this time around, we do have another bowling change. It's Catherine Fraser. Off break. And her first delivery is reverse swept all the way down to the third man region for a boundary. I think if there were a third man fielder there, that would have been, dealt with. But that's a useful boundary for the West Indies. You can see Shemaine Campbell there. That was more of a premeditated reverse sweep. No switching of the hands. So that is the typical classic reverse sweep played, and she saw that there was no protection down at third man and played that path. So Catherine Fraser, of course, is also the opening batswoman for Scotland. You could say she's more of an all-rounder, but she's come in now early to try and bowl, and Shemaine Campbell going down the ground and finding the long-on fielder who cuts that off and saves a boundary. Of course, highlights of Campbell's fine innings against New Zealand all the way at the Hampshire Bowl, the Utilita Bowl, all the way down in Southampton. 90 not out of 62 deliveries. Once again, right arm over the wicket, this time to Hayley Matthews, the West Indies captain, who plays that down to mid-on for a single. Campbell's innings is, of course, the second highest score in the tournament behind Danny White-Hodges' brilliant century. And that is a sweep off the fourth delivery, but once again, that goes down to the square leg fielder. And again, it's really only a single. The outfield isn't really doing the West Indies too many favours. So the West Indies can attack the spinners a bit more. They can probably get their run rate a bit higher. And Matthews complaining of some obstruction there. Could it be a screen or maybe the sun in her eyes? I'm not too sure. And we have another wicket. Catherine Fraser with a brilliant breakthrough, removing the West Indies captain. I think Hayley Matthews was trying her best to be a little bit more expansive, but just couldn't get bat on ball. And the West Indies now are in a real spot of bother here. Pitched fuller, which is what you would probably want from an off spinner. West Indies are 44 for 2. And they have so far magnificently vindicated Catherine Bryce's decision to bowl first. After taking that fine catch to dismiss Kiana Joseph, Catherine Fraser has stamped her mark on the game in a big way. Hanno, if you do watch this later on playback, thank you very much indeed for letting me cover this game. Here's, of course, the landmark lady, the veteran, Deandra Dottin, who's now come in. Also a right-handed batswoman. So these two experienced servants, veterans, Dottin is, of course, 34 years of age. 3,136 runs in her games so far. And she's now got to face the final delivery of Catherine Fraser's over. Also over the wicket. And that is tipped all the way down to the mid-wicket region for a single. And after 8 overs, the West Indies are struggling a little bit. 45 for 2. And I'll tell you what, if Scotland do manage to pull off a win today, they might fancy their chances of making the semis. Pretty sure that Hayley Matthews would have opted to bowl first as well if she had won the toss. And Kirsty Gordon has now come into proceedings. Left arm spinner. It looks as though she might be bowling round the wicket. 16 wickets in her 11 games. Actually, Matthews said that she was happy to bat first. I think she might be regretting those statements. First delivery. Round the wickets of the right-hander Dottin, who just can't get the timing or the connection right and ends up sort of fending that down to the cover fielder. Second delivery of the over. And Gordon's going to have to be careful that she doesn't bowl outside that blue line there. And that's a bit of a misfield there from the mid-off fielder. And the West Indies can sneak another single. The West Indies do have some very good batting coming down the order. And Campbell goes down the track, guides that all the way to the mid-on fielder. That'll be another single. Fourth delivery. And Dottin once again struggling with her timing and her connection. That's another dot ball. The West Indies cannot afford that. And their run rate is still less than 5.5 and over. 2 deliveries to go. And that is played all the way down. I think they're going to run for 2. And this time they should get it. It was comfortable enough in the end. Played all the way down to the mid-wicket area. Lisa Lister on the act as far as fielding is concerned. So, one short of a 50 are the West Indies. And you can see there that Deandra Dottin was exceptionally quick between the wickets, as was Shemaine Campbell. So, this is a welcome to, and it just goes to show that you can run if you've got the intent. Last delivery of Kirsty Gordon's over. And that is played back to the bowler for a dot ball. 4 runs from the over, and this has been absolutely brilliant stuff from Scotland. Not even 5.5 and over at this rate. Could very well be that both Shemaine Campbell and Deandra Dottin having played more than 300 T20 internationals between them. Campbell is, of course, the most capped with 156. Chloe Abel Right arm medium, 22 years of age, 24 wickets in her 30 games, her 30th one today. Right arm over the wicket to Shemaine Campbell. And it was a sort of a wide-ish delivery and played all the way down to deep extra cover there for 2. And that is the 50 up for the West Indies. So a bit of a loosener there for Chloe Abel. Will Chloe be able to control her line? You know that that's coming. Still over the wicket to Shemaine Campbell. And that is a very loose delivery, which sort of... I'm not too sure that's going to be called a no ball, but that is played all the way down to the deep mid-wicket area for a single. I think Abel might be a bit lucky there, really. It has been ruled a single. That brings Deandra Dottin on strike. I think the West Indies will probably want to try to get to 60 by the end of the 10th over. Better delivery, really. And that is played all the way down to mid-on for a single. Darcy Carter there, the other opening batswoman who will certainly have a role to play along with Kathy Fraser when Scotland bat later on today. Delivery, and that is smacked back down the ground. That splits the fielders mid-off and mid-on in 2. Nobody's getting that, and that is an important boundary there. Shemaine Campbell, you could say, well on her way. Important runs, really, because the West Indies need to increase the run rate. And you can see there, it's sort of tossed up, really, from Chloe Abel, right in the slot. And Campbell there saying, thank you very much indeed. 2 deliveries to go. What will Chloe be able to do? She can bowl a duck ball. Swing and a miss there. Once again, hoping to slap that, but completely missing the length. Last delivery of the 10th over. And that is high in the air. Will that be caught? No, it bounces just short, and the West Indies are able to run for 2. So 10 runs off that over. Scotland are still keeping the shackles on. The West Indies are not having it all their own way, let it be said. And of course, at the midway point, you've got to say that Scotland deserve all the credit they can get. They've magnificently vindicated Catherine Bryce's decision to bowl first. And they've got their lines, for the most part, absolutely spot on. They've made the West Indies, as I've said, work hard for their runs. And it isn't really easy sailing at the moment. Kirsty Gordon back into the attack. Went for 4 off her over. Left arm round the wicket to Deandra Dottin, who plays that all the way down to mid-wicket, and that'll be just a single. Darcy Carter tidying things up. Takes the West Indies to 60, but they're still operating at less than 6 runs and over. So they've got to start taking on the spinners. Oh, I'm not too sure that's going to be out LBW. Claire Polasak, they're not interested in that. And I think both wicketkeeper and bowler know that that was probably going over. No chance of a review. And of course, The captain is the only person who has the authority to call for a review. Might not have been a bad shout. And this time Campbell gets the sweep, but it goes all the way to square leg for no more than a single. So I would have thought that the spinners would have been taken on, but so far, they've also been quite economical so far. And certainly with that chance in the previous over, it was a case of so near and so far. Once again, another sweep. This time goes down to our corner. Not the best of fielding, and the West Indies can run back for a comfortable second. Sort of at the area near mid-wicket, or what you would call cow corner. 2 deliveries left, but 4 runs from this over. And that was sort of drifting down leg, but once again, the fielder at backward square leg, deep backward square leg, it must be said, cleaning up magnificently. Rachel Slater there. Five runs off the over so far, last delivery. And once again, Campbell opting to go down the track, but not really able to get very much. Hoping for a second, she opts to run for it. And in the end, the throw was just wide of the stumps, really. It needed to be a little bit more spot on to make things interesting. But the West Indies now managed to take it to 66 for 2, which is at 6 and over after 11 overs. So obviously they're going to look to consolidate these two very experienced West Indians. And as far as the Scots bowlers, if I can just give them a word of advice, it'll just be keep your composure. Don't worry about, taking wickets. Keep the pressure on, and you will get some more wickets. Score predictor did have them getting 139, assuming, of course, that they would finally start taking on the bowlers. It is Captain Fraser back into the attack, and fine delivery there in the block hole, really. Almost a slow Yorker there, which brings Deandra Dottin to her knees. Wonderful stuff. You see a wonderful display of length bowling, and it's just a privilege to be able to see it. And I'm not being patronising here. And that's a powerful shot there played by Dottin, but that finds the long on fielder, I should say, who cuts that off and keeps it to 1. This is just a masterclass, really, and I'm not being patronising at all. Scotland have done so many things right this innings. It's absolutely amazing. And the West Indies, of course, once again, hoping to go down the track, but this shot by Shemaine Campbell goes all the way to the mid-wicket fielder, and that'll just be another single. And this partnership is now worth 24 off 22. So they're sticking around. They're not losing their composure, but they're just not able to get the acceleration that they will need. And it's been nearly 2 overs since their last boundary. Will that change, though? Nope. I think it's fair to say that Catherine Bryce has done brilliantly here by bringing the fielders back, because obviously she knows that the batswomen are now going to try to go down the track and go for a boundary. But she's brought mid-on and mid-off further back. Starts the flow of runs, and a very near stumping there. But that goes beyond batsman, that goes beyond wicket-keeper, and that goes all the way to the boundary. And that should probably be, well, fortunately for Shemaine Campbell, she did get some bat on that. I think it was that edge which took it away from Sarah Bryce there. And that is just tragic as far as, the bowling and fielding is concerned. You can see Fraser's reaction there. Very, very, very unfortunate. 7 runs off the over so far. But the West Indies are not having it easy. They are not having it easy. And this time, Fraser opts to go round the wicket. And Campbell plays that all the way to short fine leg, and that will be yet another single. So 8 runs from the over. The West Indies are now 74 for 2 after 12. So they do manage to slightly increase it to just above 6 and over. But it will remain to be seen if they can actually put up a very big total. And it will be Catherine Bryce back into the attack, hoping to make sure that she continues to maintain the pressure. They've maintained their line superbly, but these last overs are going to be the time when the West Indies are going to want to start hitting out of it. And this is once again tipped all the way down to the point region, and that'll be a single. Just a recap of the wickets to have fallen. Kiana Joseph falling to an absolutely brilliant catch taken there by Catherine Fraser at deep mid-wicket. I thought that was going for 6, but Kathy had other ideas. Second delivery is once again played all the way down to the mid/long off region, and that will be another single. Another reminder that as a fielding unit, Scotland have been absolutely magnificent with a catching efficiency of over 90%. That is the best of any team in this T20 tournament, even Australia. And Campbell there hoping to get down on one leg and play the paddle sweep, but to no avail, completely missing the ball there, so that's a dot ball. I think the timing just wasn't there. That is once again played straight back down the ground, but the mid-on/long on fielder should cut that off. And that is yet another single. Two deliveries to go. And once again, the batswomen going down the track, but not able to get the proper connection they would want. And they decide to run back for 2. And once again, the throw is just wider than it needed to be. Darcy Carter there with that throw from the mid-wicket region. It was Campbell's decision to go for the second, and Dutton was, I wouldn't say dozy, but definitely a bit late to respond. But with the ball going to the bowler's end, it was the right call. Last delivery of the over from Catherine Bryce. Oh, and it's a stumping! It's a stumping! Well, off the last delivery of the over, we have a stumping, and the West Indies have lost their 3rd wicket. You could say that Bryce was varying her pace a bit, Dotted going down the track, completely missing it, and the skipper's younger sister has probably the easiest stumping for which you could ask. So after 13 overs, the West Indies are still barely at 6 and over. Deandra Dottin goes for 14 off 16. Provided some good support for Shemaine Campbell, but now she has to walk back. And with 7 overs to go, the West Indies are 79 for 3. Maybe they'll get about 140. We'll have to see. As long as Shemaine Campbell is there is still a possibility. But there is still some hope that maybe the West Indies bowlers as well can also take advantage of the surface and maybe do a job on the Scottish batswomen. But of course, the Bryce sisters are in terrific form. And it is Jazara Claxton who's come in at number 5. No Chanel Henry or Stefanie Taylor for that matter. Very young player, of course, Claxton. He's played barely a dozen games, I would say. And so you see a huge contrast there between youth and experience. Darcy Carter into the attack now. Another off spinner. So like Catherine Fraser, she also bowls off break, but it looks as though she's going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Shemaine Campbell. Risky strategy here, you could say. I'm not too sure she'll be able to successfully contain the batswomen, especially if they decide to go down the track. We'll see. First delivery. And that is tipped all the way to the mid-wicket area. They opt to come for a second, and it's a throw to the wicket-keeper's end, but Shemaine Campbell there doing a very good job. That could very well be referred to the third umpire. But wait, the square leg umpire has, in fact, given her out. Well, they ran a single, but a pretty risky decision there to take on the fielder, and boy, was that throw absolutely brilliant. Catherine Fraser, the fielding star for today. And the West Indies are now 80 for 4 after 13.1. They took a single off the first ball, but with both of the more experienced batswomen now back in the hutch, it's now down to the likes of Henry and maybe Taylor to pull off a rescue act here. It's all happening out there at Leeds. And you could say that Scotland definitely leads this match right now. I think the West Indies do have enough runs to give themselves a slightly satisfactory or average 6 and over, but it is still nowhere near enough. Claire Polasaka judging that Campbell was just short. And of course, Claxton is left-handed. It will be interesting to see what she does. Will it be Taylor or Henry coming out to join her? Well, I mentioned the Trinidad and Tobago soccer team, the Soccer Warriors. They also had a certain Jason Scotland playing for them, who was, of course, a part of the 2006 World Cup squad. So Iron Brew, I remember running a campaign, Scotland's going to the World Cup. Jason Scotland. At least they don't have to do that now. Back on the big stage for the first time in 28 years under the guidance of Steve Clark. Apart from Chloe Abel, the bowlers have been magnificent. Special mention for Rachel Slater. 1 for 9 off her 3 overs. Economy rate of 3. Top stuff. And it is, of course, Chanel Henry who's come out to join Josiah Claxton, right-handed. She will be up against Darcy Carter, bowling right arm round the wicket. And that is played down to the mid-off fielder. And this time, no chance of a single. Just above 600 runs for Henry in her 60-odd games. So that's a dot ball. Third delivery of the over. And with a packed offside field, this is outstanding bowling. Basically what Darcy Carter's trying to do is pitch it sort of on off and middle and cramp them for runs. And it was a risky decision there. The throw from Catherine Fraser was absolutely brilliant. And you could see there that the point of impact, the ball was in the air, not along the ground. Brilliant decision there from Claire Pelisac. But this shot is lofted high above the cover fielder, and that will go all the way to the boundary, and Chanel Henry is off the mark there. I'm not too sure why the West Indies are raucously celebrating. They're going to need a few more of that, to be brutally honest with you. In fact, it's wide of the extra cover fielder, and there was no protection down that area, so no way the long off fielder was going to get there. Once again tossed up, but this time once again it's played all the way down to what looks like the point fielder. That's another dot ball. Last delivery of the over. And that is yet another dot ball to end proceedings, played back to the bowler. And the West Indies are now really, really under the cosh. 84 for 4 after 14. Probably don't have too many people watching, I can understand, but I'll tell you what, to those of you who are watching this, you are seeing an absolute classic. A brilliant display of line and length bowling. I would still say the West Indies might be slight favourites, especially if they get their bowling spot on, but with the Bryce sisters in such great form, you can never ever count Scotland out. The bowling and the fielding so far has been nothing short of outstanding. Kirsty Gordon coming back into the attack to bowl her third over. She's conceded 11 runs from her 2 overs. Not had a wicket, but definitely done her bit. Staying quite economical. Very well done indeed. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Jazara Claxton. And because that was drifting a little bit, Claxton was able to play that down to the backward square leg region, and that will be a single. So still at 6 and over. At this rate, they'll struggle to get 120 or anything slightly higher than that. They could still post a competitive total, but they are going to have to make sure they bowl a lot better. Chanel Henry, definitely one who can give the ball a big whack. Second delivery, very beautifully bowled indeed. Henry, you can say that that's sort of the arm ball that goes further into the right-handed batsman, and Henry just doesn't play that. Third delivery. Ooh, a chance for an LBW here, and that's out. The Scots are in dreamland. The West Indies are falling apart. Well, I think they're going to review that. I think there is a case for saying that that probably might have, gone a bit too high. And of course, if you are a right-handed batsman or batswoman, an LBW shout will be more forgiving for the bowler if it's very slightly out of line and going back in. But if, again, if it's on the leg, it's another problem altogether. Is there a case of maybe getting some bat on that? And Janani, of course, is third umpire. And Nikomata will probably confirm whether or not there was an edge. But you see it hits her on the knee roll, and she's a bit of a tall lady. And I'll tell you what, that could be going on to hit. So waiting, obviously, for confirmation, of course. The Ultra Edge technology should confirm if there was bat on ball, because that would be the only thing that might save Chanel Henry at this point. Pitched beautifully in line. Definitely going on to hit. And that's the review lost. And the West Indies are in trouble. Well, hello to you, Lily Angel. I would have said the West Indies were favourites, but Scotland are on top at the moment. $85 for 5. Chanel Henry out for 4 off 7. And Stefanie Taylor coming in, followed by the bowlers. If you want me to be musical, I could say, Scotland's on fire. The West Indies are terrified. Scotland's on fire. The West Indies are terrified. Scotland's on fire. The West Indies are terrified. Scotland's on fire. Whoo! Da 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 da. Stefanie Taylor coming in. Over 3,500 runs from her 130-odd T20 internationals. Right-handed batswoman up against Kirsty Gordon. Left arm spin round the wicket. And she gets off the mark with a fine shot played down past the point fielder and gets a boundary. I think Scotland have bowled well. You can't really take any credit away from them. They bowled magnificently, they fielded well, and they've made the West Indies work hard for their runs. So you can see here, this particular delivery, very well played by the experienced Taylor, splitting the point and cover fielders there, and that goes all the way to the boundary. And I'm not too sure, and that's going to be called a wide, a bit depressing, you could say. But the West Indies have really not had it their own way. They've literally had to struggle. Sort of tossed up a little bit, and that goes beyond the cover fielder, but mid-off is there to cut that down to a single. And that brings Jazara Claxton, the left-handed batswoman, back on strike. Over 40% of Gordon's deliveries have hit the stumps in T20s. Exceptional control of line and length. Of course, she does bowl an occasional wide every now and then, but who doesn't? And she's going round the wicket to the left-hander. And the left-hander is now forced to sort of move across and play across the stumps. And she plays that beautifully down to the deep cover boundary, and that'll be another 4. So these are very important runs now for the West Indies. $95 for 5 after 15. So they still haven't quite hit the 100 mark yet. I'm not too sure that Kirsty Gordon's decision to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander was really the right one. Claxton doing very well to make room for herself and play that past the cover fielder down to the extra cover region. Deep extra cover, you could say, for a boundary. And so the West Indies still haven't scored 100 runs yet. Now into the last 5 overs. And of course, it is Catherine Fraser back into the attack now, the off-spinner, whose fielding has been brilliant. And that is swept all the way down to the mid-wicket fielder for a single. Score predictor has them getting 135 this time, slightly lower than one of their earlier predictions. That is if they go at 8-0. The current rate, they'll get 127, not even 130. If they really accelerate and go at 10 and over, they could get 144, but that will remain to be seen. Fraser now goes round the wicket to the left-handed Jazara Claxton. Claxton starting to come into her own. Goes down the track, plays that very well indeed, but there is a fielder down there at deep cover, deep extra cover, you could say, covering that, and that'll be just another. It was supposed to be a single, but it ended up being an overthrow thanks to some pretty poor fielding. Yeah, Fraser not able to gather that properly, which means that Claxton is still on strike. And then once again going down the track and slicing that rather to backward point. That'll be just another single. So they are still keeping the scoreboard ticking. You've got to give them credit for that. But Scotland still seem to have a little bit of a hold on them. Fourth delivery over the wicket. And that goes past the fielder. Is there adequate protection, though? Yes, there is. Long off running across there. But that will be another 2. And that brings up West Indies 100 in the 16th over. 101 for 5 currently. So advertisement there for DP World. 10 kits for every 100 runs delivered to many corners of the world. Fifth delivery is played all the way down to mid-wicket. That'll be just another single. Taken to 102. And they will, of course, be looking to start accelerating. 2 more runs gets them to 104 at 6.5 and over. Last delivery, round the wicket. And Claxton hoping to play the reverse sweep, but only succeeding in finding the short fine leg fielder. So, (102 for 5) after 16 overs. This has been quality, it has to be said. You just cannot take your eyes away. This has been brilliant, brilliant stuff from Scotland so far. You would have thought that with West Indies' dynamic batting, deep batting, you could say that they would have scored a bit more. Catherine Bryce back into the attack to bowl her final over of the day. She's gone for 19 off her 3, and she will be hoping to keep the shackles on. Right arm medium. And yes, the top 2 not advanced to the knockouts, straight semi-finals. First delivery. Once again, guided all the way down to mid-wicket. That will just be a single. A couple of people watching now, so thank you very much indeed for tuning in. And now she goes round the wicket to the left-handed Claxton. Claxton once again backing away, hoping to get some runs, only succeeding in getting 1 down to mid-on. Catherine Bryce, of course, responsible for that big wicket of Deandra Dottin, stumped by her little sister Sarah. Both of those 2 will have a big role to play with the bat later on. Third delivery, played all the way down to mid-on for a single. I was actually mid-off in that same area that fielded to Claxton. So just another reminder, the field placing sort of change their names, really, when it's the left-hander and the right-hander at the crease. And this left-hander plays that down to long off for another single. So the West Indies, I suppose for now, you could say they're happy to deal with singles. That's really only what Scotland are giving them. And Scotland so far have not lost their composure. Their fielding, for the most part, has been outstanding. And you normally see in the end phases of games, bowlers start to tire a bit, they start to lose their line, and they end up going for a few runs. But Scotland this has been absolutely outstanding. And I think if Hanno were to join me later on, I think he will agree that this has probably been the best bowling display so far, notwithstanding the fact, of course, that Australia restricted Bangladesh to not even 80 runs when they played yesterday. Last delivery of the over, round the wicket. And Claxton backs away, and she smashes that all the way down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And that is the first 6 in West Indies innings, and these are important runs. The West Indies needed that. They had to break the shackles. So a rather inauspicious end to Catherine Bryce's bowling spell today, but she has more than played her part. After 17 overs, the West Indies are now 113 for 5. They still need to do a little bit more to really get something out of it. They're still operating at, I would say, just above 6.5 and over. Catherine Fraser back into the attack. She will bowl herself out with 3 overs to go. Right arm off break over the wicket, and Taylor opts to loft that over, and it's a 1 bounce 4 down to long on. So the batswomen have decided it's time to take on the bowling. They need a bigger total. Will they get it? They're taking on the spinners, coming down the track. A perfect stand and deliver stance there with the bat sort of, played up a little bit. Stefani Taylor there doing the damage. And backing away again, and she smacks that all the way down to the cover boundary for another 4. That goes above the fielder's head there. And the lack of protection down that area could be a problem. Well, it wasn't going to be a very easy catch, but, you've got to back yourself to try to attempt to take that. And Stefani Taylor's come back into the side, and that is really going to be important. Once again, going down the track, but this time straight to the long off fielder. It'll be just a single. And so Jazara Claxton comes back on strike. How does Catherine Fraser respond? We've seen the left-hander back away and try and play some shots over the off, and she, of course, smacked Catherine Bryce for that big 6 down to mid-wicket at the end of the last over. Once again, going down the track. Goes the aerial route, but she holds out to the long-on fielder. Scotland are pegging back the West Indies. Just when you thought the West Indies would get some sort of a headway, they come back into proceedings and say, not today. Claxton not quite able to get the elevation she wanted. A 4 and a 6 in her 16, but the skipper dismissing her off the bowling of Cathy Fraser, and the West Indies are now 122 for 6. And we are, of course, now down to the bowlers. Will it be Janilia Glasgow or Aliyah Alain to come in, followed by Afi Fletcher and Karishma Ramparak? 2 deliveries left, and although Fraser has ended up being a little bit on the expensive side, she has taken 2 wickets, provided some wonderful fielding, and it is Miss Glasgow coming up against Scotland. "22 years of age, quite young. 2 deliveries left. Also a left-hander. And that should have been really fielded over there by the cover fielder, but instead they end up running 2. Kind of burst through her hands there. So useful runs as far as the West Indies are concerned. She definitely had a big swipe at that, did Claxton, but the fielder ran across, judged it perfectly. The skipper doing her job. Absolutely brilliant. Last delivery of the over. Still round the wicket to the left-handed Glasgow, and that should be called a wide. Or is it? No, it's a dot ball. Well, I think she moved across and attempted to play that, so the umpire decides to give the bowler the benefit of doubt. And so after 18 overs, West Indies are 124 for 6. And we've got some more comments coming in. Well, obviously it favoured Scotland in a way. It was slightly overcast and muggy, and the ball was moving around a bit, so they opted to bowl first. And of course, a reminder, do please stick on the channel for this link to the watch-along between Switzerland and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Switzerland, of course, drawing against Qatar, Bosnia drawing against Canada. Both teams in need of a win, as are Canada and Qatar. Kirsty Gordon now in for her final over, I would think. And that shot from her first ball is very expertly played down to the deep extra cover boundary for 4 by Stephanie Taylor. So it's all going to rest on these two ladies right now, the experienced Taylor and the much younger Glasgow, a right-hander and left-hander there, and she saw that ball and played that beautiful second delivery. And then going down the track, but only succeeding in sending that down to the mid-wicket fielder, and that will be just another single. And so Kirsty Gordon will remember what happened when she bowled round the wicket to Jazara Claxton. I think she might have to consider bowling over the wicket now to Chandelier Glasgow. Class shot, that. Stand and deliver. You could say that the bat was sort of facing towards the area of the field where she wants to put it, and she played that super. And she does go over the wicket to the left-handed Glasgow, who plays that down the ground. The long-on fielder, Catherine Bryce, comes across to gather that, and that will be just a single. Scotland's fielding has been top-notch. I will never get tired of saying that. And, of course, that does bring the West Indies up to 130. 3 deliveries left, Gordon going back round the wicket. And this time Taylor not quite able to get the connection she wanted. But they could end up running for 2 because of a misfield over there at mid-off, and they get it. So some slight lethargy creeping into Scotland's game. A little bit disappointing. I think the West Indies might now have their sights set on 150. Chloe not quite able to gather that. Sort of went underneath her. And Taylor goes down the track again. And this time she clears the field. That's the second 6 of the innings. The 38th 6 of this tournament. It's kind of nice when you see that there's a lot more of an even contest between bat and ball. You don't have too many sixes, being hit. 84, pretty long. Stepping down the track, getting to the pitch of that delivery, and smiting that over long off. Nobody was going to catch that. Last delivery of Kirsty Gordon's over. She's gone for 36 now. And the Scotland bowlers will probably end up being a little bit expensive. And a dot ball to end it. I think she was backing away, Taylor, and hoping to play that. But completely missing it, and that's a dot ball. So the over ends, of course. And the West Indies are now 138 for 6 with 1 over to go. 14 off that over. And in answer to your question, I will have to check and see what the average score is. I will get back to you on that ASAP during the mid-innings break. And Stephanie Taylor has long since gone beyond Alyssa Headley for the second most runs scored in women's T20 World Cup cricket. It will be the left-arm seamer Rachel Slater who will end the innings. Last 30 balls have seen the West Indies score 54 runs with 2 6s and 5 4s, but they have lost 2 wickets, so a little bit of an interruption there. 3 off 9 off her 3 overs so far, and that should be a dot ball, and it is. Sort of in the block hole, so to speak. Glasgow once again trying to, back away and play that, but it goes between bowler and bat, so that will not be called a wide. Very good bowling indeed. The run rate has crept up to 7.2 already, so they should be able to get at least 140, maybe 150. And a fine slower ball there, which is sort of played all the way down to extra cover for a single. So that gets Taylor on strike. Taylor is, of course, not out 34 of 16. If she gets 4 deliveries from these remaining 4 balls, she will get to 50, and that will prove to be a brilliant innings under the circumstances. Strike rate of a little bit under 200, Stefanie Taylor. Loves playing on the offside, the off drive and the cover drive especially. And she'll be up against Rachel Slater, who... Is she going to go over the wicket or switch to round? And she does go round the wicket now to the right-handed Taylor. And that is played high, but does it have the elevation? That's another 6 for Stefanie Taylor. And so that takes her to 40, I should say, of 17. Brilliant innings, which is exactly what the West Indies needed. West Indies should now comfortably get 150. And hoping to guide that past the fielder, but only succeeding in finding the point fielder. But they do run a single, and it's around about this time that the West Indies will start to run for singles off practically every delivery. Anything they can do to keep the scoreboard ticking. With 2 deliveries to go, though, can the West Indies get to 150? They're at 146 right now. Back over the wicket to the left-handed Glasgow. And sort of a play and a miss there. Not really a miss. It sort of goes onto her pad a little bit. And they do run a single. But it looks as though the Scots are going to appeal for a possible LBW shout. And why not? I don't think Glasgow played that. And if it is, in fact, judged out, then for the last ball, Stefanie Taylor will not be on strike. And she won't end up with a 50 either. That probably might end up... The original decision of the umpire was, of course, not out. But if there is a judge to be no contact between bat and ball, this could very well either going in Scotland's favour, or in the event that the margin for error is very, very less, it will be the umpire's call. In line, pitching outside off, and it is, of course, going to be the umpire's call, so the umpire sticks with her decision. And that means that the single is, in fact, oh no. It's a dead ball. It's ruled a dead ball. But I think actually the single might count, though. We'll have to see. Nope, it's a dead ball, so the ball is bowled again. Once again, I jumped the gun. It is adjudged a leg by. So Stefanie Taylor will be on strike, and if she gets a boundary, she takes the Windies to 150. And that's exactly what she's looking to do. And she does it. And it's even better. It goes for a 6. So 15 runs off the over, including 2 sixes from Stefanie Taylor's bat. She ends up on 47 not out of 19 deliveries. Brilliant strike rate, it has to be said. And you could say, really, that this was a very, very important innings played under the circumstances. So, as things stand, I should say, Scotland will need 154 runs to win at 7.7 and over. So some brilliant late order hitting there from Stefani Taylor, who was recalled to the side after an injury. And boy, they needed those runs. I think it's fair to say, of course, later on it went. It was a case of the bowlers and fielders just getting a bit lethargic a bit. But it was also, you have to say, a premeditated decision to go after the spinners later on the innings. And so it will remain to be seen how the bowlers bowl. And it could very well be that the pitch will become a lot more comfortable for batting in the second innings. But we will, of course, find out a little bit more. Match referee is, of course, G.S. Lakshmi from India, and the reserve umpire for this match is Nimali Pereira. We will, of course, take a look at the scorecard. Stefani Taylor standing out above everyone else. Shemaine Campbell doing well for 36, but needlessly getting run out. Lower scores than expected. There were 4 in double figures. Chanel Henry disappointing. Dottin, Claxton, Matthews, and Kiana Joseph not really able to get going. And with the exception of Chloe Abel, you have to say that the Scotland bowlers were outstanding. Taken for runs near the end, but it's sort of par for the course. And so this is a very imposing total, you've got to say. It will remain to be seen if Scotland can make this a very competitive total. And just want to, find out a bit more details about the ground in question, because you did ask the question what the average score at Headingley would be. So thankfully, we have Cricinfo at our fingertips. Results in grounds. And we will, of course, hear from one of the Scotland players right now. Okay, so Rachel Slater, arguably the outstanding bowler, and basically saying that, it was a bit disappointing to leak runs near the end, but especially when you're bowling in the death overs, you've got to be prepared to concede a few runs. And, being hit for 2 sixes by Stefani Taylor was not ideal, but she was really delighted with her bowling earlier on. And, of course, the fielding there from Catherine Fraser to take that stunning catch off Kiana Joseph was just brilliant. And so quite simply, this is going to be a very interesting contest, and how the Scotland batswomen will do will determine the course of the game. The West Indies bowlers are also going to have to do what the Scottish bowlers did and keep their line going. Partnership of 35 between Campbell and Dottin, 37 between Taylor and Claxton, and Taylor and Glasgow, 31 at the end. So Stefani Taylor really the star of the innings late on, and she's provided some excitement to proceedings. So Yeah, so India actually, the West Indies are now, as we speak, opting for the, the Scotland team are actually opting for the heavy roller to sort of try and mitigate any kind of demons. But there were a couple of matches played yesterday. India women thrashing the Netherlands by 95 runs, as to be said. They scored 209 for 5 in their innings, with Smriti Mandhana top scoring with 74, Shefali Verma contributing 55, and some other small contributions lay down the order. And then, of course, when Bangladesh and Australia played, Australia restricted them to 77 for 8 from their 20 overs and knocked off the runs in 9.5 overs. So I couldn't quite tell you what the average would necessarily be. You could say that about 140 or 150 would be the average on this ground, maybe around about that ballpark figure. But again, it's all going to depend on how well teams bowl. And Headingley normally is known for being a bit of a bowler's paradise, but you've got to make sure you get your line spot on. And it's sort of traditional in a way that when you win the toss, you opt to bowl first. And so Scotland, benefiting, of course, from bowling first, they have the heavy roller. So we'll sort of see how everything pans out. And I'm just going to switch off the screen a little bit, but I will be back in a few minutes. And we already have someone in the studio. Let me bring them on right now. Janlu, hello to you, my friend. I do invite you to have a little bit of analysis and come on, and I'm glad that you've come on. So what do you think of that?
Hi, evening, morning, good evening to the viewers. Now, I think competitive total on the board. I think Scotland are still in this game. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit on the pitch is a little bit on the slow side. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, certainly you could see the outfield wasn't very quick, and it was just inevitable, really, that the West Indies batsmen were sort of going to look to go over the top, especially against the spinners. But you have to give credit to the Scotland bowlers and fielders, especially early up. I thought they were outstanding. I think Rachel Slater said it perfectly, that she was a bit disappointed to see them concede so many runs in the last few overs, especially with Stephanie Taylor coming in and hitting everywhere. But they're happy with 153. 154 isn't necessarily a bad target. And since they've got the heavy roller, I think maybe they'll look forward to batting on this pitch, and the Bryce sisters will have a role to play, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I agree with you that the Bryce sisters have a role to play tonight. But like you said, I think Scotland, if they can start off good, they have a chance to make it 2 from 2. And both never the players didn't, or the people didn't give Scotland any chance to maybe get through to this in this pool. If they can make it 2 from 2, they have a great opportunity.
Yeah, but again, it isn't going to be straightforward, you have to say, because Scotland, of course, will have to face England and New Zealand.
Yeah.
And so I think it is quite fair to say that Scotland could perhaps hope to be maybe spoilers in this group, perhaps. But again, the way they bowled, there are not many teams in this group that are going to enjoy playing against them. And certainly Ireland found that out to their detriment when they played.
Yeah, 100%. So let's see what is going to happen. What are your thoughts? Do you think Scotland can take this one, or we must maybe check first just how many they will get? They must just come through the power play.
Yeah, the power play is going to be key because they
Mm.
restricted the West Indies quite brilliantly to barely 30 odd or so, and they never
Mm.
really allowed them to get on top of them. It was just later on in the innings, as expected, that the West Indies ended up coming out and sort of saying, you know what, we've got to come down the ground, we've got to take on the spinners. It's also fair to say that the bowling isn't necessarily very, very quick. It's sort of medium pace-ish, not very, very quick. So they have to look for the slower balls and judge the line and length perfectly. And they did that in the end over. So you got to give them credit. But this has the hallmarks of being a classic game, and I'm really grateful that I'm covering this right now.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see a shock today, but this has been a very, very competitive game.
Yeah, luckily enough, for if we look at the West Indies point of view, Stefani Taylor with that 47 of 19 could be crucial at the end of the stage. She was quite looking steady with the bat. Now it's over to the bowlers, and West Indies have good bowlers like we did that first match against New Zealand with that excellent bowling. But on the other side, Scotland have the Bryce sisters, and let's see if they can step up again. But first, those openers need to do the job.
Well, absolutely. I can tell you that it will be Carter and Fraser who'll be opening the bowling. They also got in a few overs of off spin today. And of course, we are now seeing the West Indies fielders coming out to bat. And of course, will be the Scotland openers who are coming out. Catherine Fraser, of course, her fielding has been simply magnificent today. And she also played her part with the ball as well. So I think Scotland will certainly look forward to playing as well as they can. But, when you think of West Indian cricket, you think of obviously the fast bowlers or the seamers. And I know it's a far cry from the legends of old, but, you just think that they will want to try to make some inroads with the fast bowling. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it should be a great run, Jen. So, yeah, I'm off and enjoy the second innings. Maybe I will see you at the end of the game. I will pop in again. And
cheers, my friend. Yeah, take care of yourself. Baya Danke, as we would say. And of course, just to confirm, it is Darcy Carter and Catherine Fraser who will be up. Darcy Carter, of course, 21 years old. Needs 114 runs to total 1,000 T20 international runs from about 40-odd games. Strike rate of just above 100, so I think she might want to keep the scoreboard ticking. I don't know if she'll necessarily look to really hit out of it. Catherine Fraser, also 21, needs 47 runs for 500 international runs. Slightly higher strike rate of 106. And it is, of course, the returning Chanel Henry. Right arm medium fast. 28 wickets from her 75 games. Not very prolific. I think she'll be looking to try and maybe tie an end down. But we're going to see. So it's sort of a 7-3 offside field at the moment. And the first ball, right arm over the wicket. And that goes wide. And so I think it's fair to say that Darcy Carter will not be troubled by that one bit. Not quite as bad a start as being hit for 4 off the first ball. And it has, in fact, been adjudged to be a no ball. So Scotland will get a free hit. I think Chanel Henry overstepped there. And this is, of course, the signal for a free hit. So what does Darcy Carter do? She can't get out of this, so she decides to loft it. And she ends up finding the fielder. But because she cannot be out, it's a single. Leandra Dottin there at cover running in. And just a recap of that. That left foot of hers went so far over the line. Not even a fishing rod would get that back. Second delivery of the over. And that is a fine shot there from Catherine Fraser. Back down the ground for 4. And that's what you really want to see, a statement of intent. Beautifully played. You could say that was a little bit slightly more cross-batted than you would like, not exactly played with, not with a straight bat, sort of more cross-batted, but she was able to send that back beyond the bowler. And this one here drops short of the mid-on fielders, so generally Glasgow there doing the fielding. Hopefully this game ends before midnight. I think it should. Fourth delivery of the over. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Catherine Fraser, who swipes at that and ends up sort of edging that fortuitously behind third man for a boundary. And so Scotland are making a far better start of it than the West Indies. And Stefanie Taylor is not a happy lassie. Bit of good fortune there. I think she was hoping to smack that down mid-wicket, but ended up edging that well behind. And this time around she goes high. I don't know if it'll be caught. No, it is just beyond the fielder there. And some indecision there between the fielders mean that Scotland can run for 2. So a great start to proceedings now, already 12 off the over. I think it was Dottin and Ramharak there who was sort of bumping into one another. Last delivery of the over. And this time it's played with a lot more authority by Fraser. It won't go to the boundary, but they should pick 2 from it. The mid-wicket fielder there, Janara Claxton, cleaning up. And so, a brilliant start to the over there. The start to the innings, I should say. 14 runs off the over, with 19 remaining. And Scotland need another 140 more runs. Leandra Dottin now in. Experienced all-rounder. "34 years old, right-arm fast medium. 77 wickets from her 150-yard matches. Over the wicket now to the right-handed Darcy Carter, who sort of defends that, and that'll be a dot ball. And you can see there the sun starting to be concealed by the clouds a little bit, but still fairly clear. It's still fairly clear. Dottin once again. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Darcy Carter. And once again, that is played all the way down to mid-off. Janania Glasgow doing the fielding there. Some celebratory scenes early in the day as Dottin received her commemorative jersey to mark her 150th T20 international for the West Indies. 6, of course, behind a certain Shemaine Campbell. Third delivery of the over, still over the wicket. And that is very powerfully played over mid-wicket by Darcy Carter, all the way down to the boundary. The 4. Scotland are on the march. And no, that's not with Ali's Army. A little old, outdated footballing reference there. But if they do manage to make the semi-finals, I think there could be a case for them to start singing that Scotland is the greatest cricket team. And of course, Darcy Carter with that becomes the third player to score 100 boundaries for Scotland in T20 internationals. Playing a miss there, and it was dropped by the wicketkeeper Campbell. I think if Scotland are just able to maintain their composure and not give away any wickets, I think they'll be very, very happy with their start. Fine seam position there from Dottin. Classic fingers along the seam and looking for some movement there. Goes straight through to the wicketkeeper, who doesn't really take that cleanly. Drops it, actually. But there is no edge. And that's not going to be... That is, in fact, called a wide, notwithstanding the fact that Darcy Carter went for that. I'm not too sure that the decision would go down well, of course, with the West Indians, but the Aussie umpire saying that that was above shoulder height, and that has to be cited. And you can see there that was yeah, that was just going a little bit high. It was within the line, but it went a bit high above the shoulder. So 2 deliveries left. And the win predictor has West Indies winning this, but by 60% to 40%, so not exactly a very convincing margin there. And a beautiful shot there from Carter. Goes right through the cover fielder for another boundary. They're marching on. That was expertly played, sort of, you could say bringing the bat down to sort of guide that through the cover fielder, I should say. Last delivery of the over. What does Dottin do? A dot ball for Dottin? No, it's another boundary, this time played through point. So the Scotland openers are absolutely having a field day at the moment. It's a rollicking start for Scotland. 27 off 2. And the West Indies are under pressure. This is, of course, Scotland's second appearance in the T20 World Cup. And their win over Ireland was their first. Aliyah Alain, right arm over the wicket to Catherine Fraser, who sort of plays that all the way down to mid-wicket for a single. Can Scotland make it a second win in as many games in this tournament? Right arm medium. 22 wickets from her games. Slightly on the expensive side at 8 and over. Now she's come in as a replacement for, and that is not really the best of balls you want to bowl. But again, you can't take anything away from the shot. Amazing there. Darcy Carter playing that well over the mid-wicket region. Not adequate protection in that area. And you can see it. The West Indies are starting to lose a bit of composure. At the end of the power play, the West Indies weren't even able to. The West Indies only ended up with 33. Scotland have very nearly equalled that in the third over. Playing a miss there. Darcy Carter quite lucky to see that ball not go onto the stumps. At this stage, of course, 2.5 overs, the West Indies were 12 without loss. They were struggling against the excellent, disciplined bowling of the Scots. And with the Scots opting to use the heavy roller, have the Demons been taken out of the pitch? We'll have to see. It will need a Herculean effort for the West Indies to win this. They're probably going to have to bowl Scotland out. There's no chance of them being contained. Fourth delivery of the over. Still right arm over the wicket. Excellent delivery. Sort of fuller length, almost a Yorker. Dug out from just, I wouldn't necessarily say the block hole, but that was very well defensively played. And you can see that Catherine Fraser has a bit more of a pronounced backswing there, which enables her to play on the onside very well. 2 deliveries left. And it's another dot ball. I think she might have been hoping for an LBW shout, but that was just drifting towards me. Last delivery of Elaine's over. She's gone for 5 already. And I don't know if that's going to... Well, it does find the mid-on fielder, but it does drop short. And so Scotland are continuing to rattle on. I had mentioned that the West Indies only got to 33 at the end of the 6th over. Scotland have reached that total in exactly half the time. Don't be too sure because, again, Scotland have to keep their wickets intact. But again, after 3 overs, the West Indies were 13th for no loss, so they are 20 runs behind at this stage. And, of course, it's the captain now, Hayley Matthews, coming in. Certainly now just opting for some breaks in the bowling. Right arm off spinner over the wicket to the right-handed Darcy Carter. And that should be a wide called, and it is. The West Indies cannot afford to give away cheap runs in the form of wides or no balls or what have you. It looks as though Darcy Carter's taken a bit of a knock. Physios are running onto the ground. She does look to be in some discomfort, the opening batswoman. And of course, West Indies icon now being given coverage. Anisa Mohammed, 117 T20s, 141 ODIs. Fourth highest wicket taker in ODIs, and the most wickets for West Indies in T20s, 180 and 125 respectively. And she was in the ICC Women's ODI Team of the Decade from 2011 to 2020. So that's 305 wickets in limited overs internationals for the West Indies. What a player she has been. And highlights, of course, from Stephanie Taylor's late innings assault. 4 fours and 3 sixes in her 47 not out. Ending it with 2 big sixes off the otherwise wonderful Rachel Slater. Of course, you can see there the last 6 overs basically saw the West Indies start to up the tempo a bit and get the run rate high. They did lose 2 wickets, but you have to say that for what they wanted to do, it was just collateral damage. And in those last 3 overs, Taylor went completely berserk with 35 off 11 deliveries. So she really gave that innings the boost it needed. Has to be said. But so far, with Scotland starting brilliantly, and thankfully Darcy Carter is standing upright. I think she was given some good attention there by the physios. They started quite brilliantly, and it will be up to them to sort of maintain that start, keep that composure, not give away cheap wickets. So the West Indies are under pressure as Hayley Matthews begins her over. And once again, that's going to drop short of the long-on fielder. That's another single. And so Scotland at this rate will be more than happy to deal in singles as long as they can keep the partnership intact. So Matthews goes round the wicket now. And Catherine Fraser spots the gap over there at around about mid-wicket. Plays that perfectly, and it's another single. Third delivery of the over. Back over the wicket this time. And Darcy Carter just not quite able to play that. That'll be a dot ball. It's been a brilliant start for both of the players, both of the batsmen so far. Defended back, and that's the way you'd want to play. No need to try anything risky. You've started brilliantly. Keep the scoreboard ticking, keep your wickets intact, put the pressure back on the West Indies. Packed offside field there with a backward point with cover and an extra cover. And as I say that is played high in the air. And Kiana Joseph has missed it. And you can see that that's brought a great deal of cheer to a lot of the Scotland fans in the stands there. For a minute, I thought the commentator's curse was going to strike because Darcy Carter did smack that high in the air. And I'll tell you what, if that were a Scotland fielder, that would have been snapped up. Kiana Joseph there, not getting her hands underneath the ball at all. And that was a needless single, it has to be said. And Fraser makes them pay by swiping that all the way down to deep mid-wicket, but that's just going to be another single. And so at the end of this fourth over, Scotland are 38 for no loss. Doing just fine. Drop catches, lose you matches. Never, ever forget that. The biggest challenge of operating the scoreboard is making sure that you get the runs and everything completely spot on. Your arithmetic has to be spot on. Your sums have to add up. It's all the way it is. And it's Karishma Ramharak now who comes on to bowl. Another off spinner. 40 wickets for her from her close to 60 matches. She goes over the wicket to Catherine Fraser. And once again, she very nearly finds the fielder, but it pops off her hand. And does that go to the boundary? Yes, it does. So just when things couldn't get any worse for the West Indies, they just do. I think Catherine Fraser didn't heed my advice. She obviously wanted to go over the top. And it was Janalia Glasgow there who probably should have caught that with one hand and was powerless in the end to stop that from hitting the boundary rope. So Glasgow doing Scotland a favour. You're going to get more of those puns from me, I'm sorry. And once again, she goes over the top, and it drops short of the mid-on fielder there. Both Carter and Fraser are now on 20. Carter has got her 20 off 17, with Fraser off 10, strike rate of 200. And nice sweep shot there from Darcy Carter. That goes all the way to the square leg boundary for another 4. They are relentless, are the Scots. No protection there around the square leg, backward square leg, mid-wicket area. And Darcy Carter makes them pay. Ramharak now 9 from 3, already under pressure. And a play and a miss. And I'll tell you what, Darcy Carter is very lucky that it just went through to the wicketkeeper and didn't hit her stumps. Of course, at this stage of the innings, the West Indies were 24 for no loss. Scotland have almost doubled that tally. 2 deliveries left. Very nearly attempted a stumping there, but Campbell wasn't able to gather and Carter got back in time. I'm not too sure what they're trying to do here. They've already had a brilliant start. They should get their 50 before the end of the power play. Maybe are they trying to get out a bit early so that the Bryce sisters can come in and consolidate? Last ball of the over. Should have been the last ball, but Ramharak does the bait and switch. Brilliant partnership of 47, unbroken so far. And that is once again played all the way down to mid-wicket, and that goes to the boundary, and that brings up the Scotland 50 after 5 overs. 13 runs off Karishma Ramharak's first over, 12 of them coming in boundaries. The West Indies are in some trouble. Matthews back into the attack, and this time she gets a wicket and breaks the partnership. Catherine Fraser now. Bowled, attempting a sweep but completely missing it. And it's an unfortunate end to proceedings with a wicket now in the final over of the power play. You can see there that it was sort of pitched on off and middle, going towards leg. I think Fraser was hoping to try and sweep that, but she just completely missed it. Wonderful innings that from Catherine Fraser, 20 off 11, just under 200. 3 fours, but bowled by Matthews and Scotland a 51 for 1. So a bit of an anticlimactic end to the partnership, that. But that, of course, brings in one of the Bryce sisters. Will it be the skipper or will it be the wicketkeeper? Well, it is, of course, the West Indies skipper who's rallied her team with that delivery. Now maybe Scotland will be under a bit of pressure and the West Indies can start hoping a bit. I did say that the way with which they were starting, all they needed to do was keep their composure, keep the scoreboard ticking, but 1-0 advised, sweep too many, and it's a wicket lost. And of course, this Sunday is a huge crunch game between India and South Africa. South Africa being heavily beaten by Australia, struggling to beat Pakistan. India, on the other hand, are in imperious form. And the winner of this game will be expected to join Australia in the semi-finals. So Group A is, of course, the group of death. And you can see 103 more runs from less than 90 balls. And it is, of course, the skipper, Catherine, who comes in. A brilliant knock of exactly 60 in that win over Ireland. And Matthews goes round the wicket to the Scotland captain, hoping to try to stem the flow of runs. Scotland will now be best advised just to keep the scoreboard ticking and not give away cheap wickets. They can win this. And I think that could very well be out. Oh, Catherine. A poor shot to play under the circumstances, and after 2 balls, the Scotland captain is out for a duck. There was no need to play that. There was no need to try to take the aerial route with the fielders still in the circle. And for all the talk about how the Scotland skipper did a fine job with her field placings and bowling changes, she's failed with the bat. And the West Indies captain is cock-a-hoop, rallying her team. Scotland, whoops, yep, 51 for 2. Sarah Bryce now in, right-handed batswoman. It looks as though the ploy to go around the wicket has brought dividends. Bryce, Catherine hoping to back away, but only finding Stefani Taylor there at mid-off. A double wicket maiden to end the power play, perhaps. Exactly what the West Indies would need. West Indies captain stepping up magnificently. Last ball of the over, round the wicket, off break. To the right-handed Sarah Bryce, who gets off the mark with a boundary and provides some calm to the proceedings. So, with the power play over, 14 overs remaining, Scotland are 55 for 2. And that means that, crucially, the target is now decreased to below 100. 99 more runs in 14 overs at a rate of just over 7. They probably should now look to play very circumspectively against the spinners. Of course, as I say that, Ramharak and Matthews have already bowled. But there will be some other spinners, maybe some other seamers coming in. And as I speak, it is Afi Fletcher, the leg spinner, 39 years old, also played over 100 matches for the West Indies, has over 100 wickets as well. So she will have a role to play. It'll be very interesting to see what type of line she bowls. Fletcher replacing Ramharak. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Darcy Carter. And that can't be called a wide, can it? Yes, it can. Once again, over the wicket. Leg break. And that is beautifully played back beyond the bowler. I don't think that's going to go to the boundary. No, it doesn't. Janella Glasgow cuts that off. An action-packed power play. Some excellent Scotland batting. The drop catch. Hayley Matthews coming to the party with 2 wickets in an over. But now, though, Scotland are in a very good position, and they really, really just need to consolidate. Sarah Bryce now. Not quite able to get Fletcher away there. Fletcher once again bowling over the wicket. And making sure that Sarah stays honest. Third delivery of the over. And that's out. Well, it looks as though the spinners are starting to do the trick, tempting the batswomen with the prospect of playing on the up. And all she succeeded in doing was finding the point fielder. So both the Bryce sisters are now back in the hutch. Could this very well be the point, the turning point, which denies Scotland what would be a wonderful second victory in T20 World Cup history? Megan McCall in at number 5 in the 7th over. 25 years old, another right-hander. Afi Fletcher's 4th ball, still over the wicket. And this is also played high. Could Fletcher be on a hat-trick? No. Shemaine Campbell was definitely running towards that and wanted to get that, but just wasn't able to get her gloves on that. Sort of played towards mid-wicket. That was high in the air. I think McColl saw that there were some gaps in the leg side field. But the Scots now starting to be a little bit reckless. 2 deliveries to go. And that should also be a wide. Nope. It's called a duck ball. And you see here, with the current run rate of Scotland being just under 8.5 and over, they really should not need to accelerate. Singles and twos would work perfectly. And that's the end of a successful over as far as the Windies are concerned. They've reduced Scotland to 58 for 3 with 13 remaining. And Scotland still need 96 more runs to record a famous win. And this is, of course, the qualifier in Lahore where Scotland beat the West Indies. Hayley Matthews top scoring with a wonderful unbeaten 114 batting second, but just losing partners left, right and centre. Carried her back through the innings. She also took 4 for 56, but ended up on the losing side. I'm sure now that she's back into the attack, she'd love another wicket. And an appeal for an LBW. And Megan McColl. Poor decision making. Scotland are starting to unravel. Well, this could very well be a measure of revenge here for the West Indies captain. She's taken 3 of the Scotland wickets to fall. And she was, of course, on the losing side that day as the West Indies, after that defeat, failed to qualify for that ODI World Cup. A poor shot to play under the circumstances. A reverse sweep is never advisable unless you can really get to the line of that. Megan McColl getting herself out needlessly, LBW for 1 off 2. And Scotland are now in danger of running out of wickets. Riyanaz Chatterjee. 620 runs for her. A wonderful Punjabi name, I would say. Another bespectacled cricketer. Lovely to see. And she gets off the mark, playing that beyond the short fine leg fielder. And so you really think that this is what Scotland need to do. Just keep dealing in singles and twos and don't play any needless shots. Pitching outside off, going on to hit the wicket. Completely missed that. Completely missed that. The perfect off-spinner's line. That is defended well by Darcy Carter. And so the last 14 balls, 8 runs and 4 wickets. Only 1 boundary. So the West Indies are fighting back and fighting back hard. What can Scotland do here? Certainly provides a great deal of control, even if she doesn't vary her bowling very much. And that should be a wide. And it is. That takes Scotland to 60. And they're still going reasonably well at about slightly less than 8 and over. Nicely defended, all the way down to mid-wicket for a dot ball. And so now you see the pressure has gone under. Pressure's pretty much been heaped on Darcy Carter now. The set batswoman started wonderfully. has now had to become more defensive in her play. The West Indies are now hoping to stay on the attack. Matthew's third over, conceded 11 runs, but crucially, taken 3 wickets. And hoping to play that down leg, but only succeeding in finding the short, fine leg fielder. And once again, Darcy Carter is hopping and limping, and she really doesn't look too comfortable, it has to be said. 2 runs from the over. Scotland are 60 for 4 with 12 remaining. Need another 94 more runs. Started beautifully, but been pegged back a big way by those wickets. The leg spinner, Afi Fletcher, will be coming back into the attack, but this is the same calf issue that's affected Nat Skipper-Brunt, then it could very well be that Darcy might have to retire hurt. Nat Skipper-Brunt, as I mentioned before at the beginning of the broadcast, is out for England's next 2 games. So it will be Vice-Captain Charlie Dean who will deputise, having already led England in recent T20 series against New Zealand and India with fine results, winning both series. What could potentially have been pardon me, what could potentially have been a brilliant upset might very well end up being another tale of disappointment for Scotland. Pretty long break while Carter gets treatment. See Carlos Brathwaite there, talking to the people in the stands, making himself seen and heard in a big way. Certainly a very big unit. And it looks as though the West Indies are going to field a replacement wicketkeeper with Shemaine Campbell going off the field. A lady named Mangru is on. Mandy Mangru. So her job will be to keep to Afi Fletcher, who will be starting her second over. Bowled quite well. 1 for 3, and has not really given the batsman any room to play. But Chatterjee is able to guide that down to the mid-wicket boundary. That will only be a single, though. And had she played that shot in the beginning of the inning, she would definitely have gotten the boundary. So a lot's going to rest on Chatterjee's shoulders. She'll be expected to provide some good support for Darcy Carter. And the required run rates now started to creep up on Scotland. And that is what you get when you aren't able to select some really good shots. But Carter plays that very well down to mid-off. That'll be another single. All they really should look to do is keep the scoreboard ticking and then look for some bad balls. But I can't lie, with 4 wickets, the West Indies are now looking really dangerous. Chatterjee sweeping Fletcher once again down to deep mid wicket for a single. And so that's really all that Scotland should consider doing now. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. Slow through the air with an average speed of 72 kilometers an hour. And she plays that back beyond the bowler. I think it actually hit the bowler and went towards mid-on. So, interesting passage of cricket there. And you're just looking at this and thinking, now Scotland are deciding to play a little bit sensibly. I think it sort of went through her fingers, hit her foot, and then went to the other side. 2 deliveries left. Another single. Yes, Chatterjee plays that down to mid-on. Canella Glasgow running there to gather that. And that is very nicely played. And they do run a single after a rather unfortunate misfield there by the... I think that could very well be the slip fielder there, Deandra Dutton, who sort of let that go through her grasp. And the thing is that Carter had run all the way down the track. Could very well have been run out had it not been for that misfield. Eight runs from the over. Scotland are 66 for 4. They need another 88 with 11 overs remaining. I like the fact we have some multiples of 11 here in this scoreline. And once again, thank you so much to the people who are joining in the chat. Thanks to everyone who's watching this online. I mean, it still should be a little bit competitive, and I think the Scottish batsmen are going to have to really, work hard to make sure they can get something more out of this. And now we've got Karishma Ramharat coming back into the attack. We see here Chanel Henry and Deandra Dutton were both expensive. Ramharat was also hit around the ground. But now in her second over the wicket. And I think they're appealing for a run out there, but we're going to find out if the batswoman was safe. And I think the batsman was safe. So Kiana Joseph there gathering the ball, throwing that back towards the wicketkeeper. But I think Chatterjee got her bat down in time. So good cricket all around. Wide run rate has now increased to just over 8 and over, but that is a fine shot played there by Chatterjee. That is stopped over there by the deep backward square leg fielder, but they will run 2. Priyanaz Chatterjee. Find out a bit more about that. Third delivery of Ramharat's over, still over the wicket. And the right-handed Chatterjee plays that down to mid-wicket, and that'll be another single. So this is really what Scotland need to do. Look for singles, Forget about going for boundaries. They could still pull off a win if they just stay sensible and stay patient. Born in Dundee in Scotland and played for Oxford University Women, Surrey Women and Wellington Women in New Zealand. And, of course, is with Scotland Women now. And that is well defended there from Darcy Carter. Ramharat's delivery sort of pitched on middle and often going in towards the batswoman. Brathwaite there chatting with a rather boisterous, I wouldn't say boisterous, but definitely, keen Scotland fan who's enjoying himself there. The wind predictor has now swung a long way in favour of the West Indies now with nearly 90% of the probability. Scotland, of course, are now going at exactly 7 and over. And they make it 7.1 with that single all the way down to extra cover from Darcy Carter. So, at the midway point in this game, having scored 5 runs from the over, Scotland are now on 71 for 4. They still need 83 more runs. Afi Fletcher to continue. Right arm leg break over the wicket to the right-handed Darcy Carter, who plays that once again all the way down to mid-off for a single. And I think Hayley Matthews might be saving herself for later on in the innings if the partnership needs to be broken. The required run rate has now crept up to 8.3. But as long as Carter and Chatterjee can keep the scoreboard ticking, there's still always going to be some hope. And I think you've got to say that, especially in the case of the Bryce sisters, Megan McColl, I think the shot selection for the wickets that have fallen has left a lot to be desired. Once again played all the way down to mid-off there by Darcy Carter. She moves to 36 off 37. Rollicking start to the innings, but she's had to be a little bit more circumspect as wickets around her fallen. Topping to go high in the air. And has that been dropped? No, it hasn't. I think she's caught it. Darcy Carter hoping to take the aerial route. And it almost looked as though she had dropped up because she went to the ground quite quickly. Actually, it was Priyanaz Chatterjee who holed out there. 8 off 8, and Scotland 74 for 5. .56 balls remaining now. They need 80 more runs. I think the West Indies experience is just telling here at the moment. Elisa Lister now coming in at 7. Oh, it's Ailsa Lister. Elsa. Nearly 750 runs from her innings. And you can see the Scotland fans are still in pretty good spirits. Delighted to see that their team is competing. And Lister hoping to get off the mark there. But Mangru saying, sorry, sister, from another mister. No run for you. And this is really all the more disappointing because with the start that Scotland had, it had all the ingredients for a shock result there. But I think it's quite clear to see that the West Indies bowlers have been quite shrewd and certainly been tempting the Scotland batswomen to make mistakes, which they've done. And so you can't really blame anyone in that circumstance but yourself. So just past the halfway stage. I will, of course, try to provide you any updates from the men's cricket. And there was, of course, that first delivery from Karishma Ramharak was played all the way to deep cover there. So Elsa Lister back on strike, and she'll be facing the second ball of Krishna Ramharak's over. I think Hayley Matthews will be expecting both Fletcher and Ramharak to just keep it tight for now. And Lister plays that all the way down to mid-off for a single. Chanel Henry there tidying up. Matthews now has bowled the most dot balls in this match with 12, and you think she'll definitely bowl a few more with 1 over left. And Darcy Carter plays that down to mid-on. That would be another single. So, credit to Fletcher as well, who's been quite economical. Matthews has been outstanding. Singles so far off every single delivery, and that's going to be a fourth single, I wouldn't think, unless they decide to run back for 2, and they decide against it. So Darcy Carter's on 38 not out from 39 balls. She's the set batswoman now. If she can get to a half century, there could still be some hope. Two deliveries left, and that is played back past the bowler. Does that go to the boundary? No. Chanel Henry once again running round and covering that perfect. Darcy Carter, of course, was dropped when she was on 19 by Kiana Joseph. Last delivery of the over. And once again, that is played all the way down to... No, that actually ends up being misfielded all the way to the boundary. Jazara Claxton there, hoping to have gotten on the end of that, but instead only succeeding in pushing that to the boundary. So Scotland are now 83 for 5 with 48 balls remaining. I think they would have hoped for... I mean, they would have been happy if they'd gone to 80, but 83 for 5 is a bonus. Ayla Lister there playing that ball quite brilliantly. So it is Darcy Carter back on strike. And that should have been a run out, but Appy Fletcher bowling her final over just wasn't able to, get that cleanly. And we're seeing some more people joining in live, so thank you all very much indeed. Yeah, Fletcher needed to get that cleanly, and Carter would have been in no women's land. And Ayla Lister there playing and missing that. Nice delivery played down to extra cover, but the throw there was just not really what you would want it to be, and Fletcher couldn't gather at the time. Nicely played all the way down to long off there for a single. Deandra Dottin cleaning up. Fletcher has bowled 8 dot balls so far. She won't bowl more than her captain Matthews at this rate, but 3 dot balls will be very good for the West Indies. Carter is, of course, now on strike, 40 not out of 41 deliveries. She's played a fine lone hand so far. Playing a miss there off the 4th delivery. And, of course, an update from the men's cricket. England end the day on 222 for 6. Matt Henry and O'Rourke taking 2 wickets each. And that is nicely played there by Darcy Carter all the way down to backward square leg for another single. Ayla Lister now on strike for the final ball. Emilio Gay scoring another half century. Joe Root out for 46 in his comeback as Test captain. And is there any football on right now? Yeah, Switzerland are currently playing Bosnia, but it's still goalless, and Ayla Lister plays that nicely all the way down to deep mid-wicket, but that's only going to be a single. And so Scotland are now 87 for 5 at the end of the 13th over. Run rate has now, the required run rate has now increased to 9 and over, so I'm not too sure that Scotland will be able to get much out of it unless they decide to completely turn on the afterburners. They are still ahead of the West Indies quite comfortably in comparison at this stage, but again, the West Indies had Stefanie Taylor come in and completely, change the course of the game. I'm not too sure if Scotland have anyone who can do that. Hayley Matthews back to bowl her final over the wicket to the right-handed Ayla Lister. And Lister plays that all the way to mid-wicket. That'll be a single. Scotland should comfortably get 100. They're on 88 now for 5 off 13.1 overs. Another hop in her run-up. And that is played all the way down to backward square leg by Carter for another single. So the quicker deliveries have accounted for the bowled and LBW dismissal, but when it came to getting out Catherine Bryce, she slowed it up a bit. And Lister goes down the track, ends up playing that to mid-on for yet another single. 3 off 14 from her 3.3 overs. Brilliant spell from the West Indies skipper. 12 dot balls in the process. And that should have been taken, but I think Stefanie Taylor running in just wasn't able to get onto it. Well, there have already been 2 drop catches this innings, but I think such has been the pressure that the bowlers have put on the Scotland batsmen that these dropped catches should not cost the West Indies the match. But if they do, then that is a fine shot played by Ayla Lister back beyond the bowler. Down the ground for 4. Very useful runs indeed. And that takes Scotland to 95 for 5. And we could very soon have the 350th boundary hit in this tournament, but Ayla Lister there using her frame to good effect, making sure she got well behind the ball. Dancing down, going to the pitch. That was beautifully played. Play and a miss there, but 8 runs from the over. And with that dot ball, Hayley Matthews has bowled her 13th dot ball, the highest for the match. But Scotland will be happy with this over. 8 from it. They're 95 for 5. Be more like that, perhaps? We'll have to see. We are now coming into the last 6 overs. And Scotland know it's now or never. I'm not going to agree with this, Hanno. I think it's fair to say that the run rate has now increased to 10 and over required. And I don't see Scotland having enough of that quality or depth in batting to be able to reach that target. The West Indies bowlers, Matthews in particular, have been superb. .883 in over to be exact. So this is, of course, the phase where they start to accelerate. And there's the left-arm spinner, Kiana Joseph, who will be bowling now. Left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Darcy Carter. And she plays that behind, but that only succeeds in finding Stefanie Taylor, I should say, at short third man. So Kiana Joseph is, of course, the opening batswoman. Was hoping to get a big score, but ended up holding out to deep mid-wicket. That fine catch from Catherine Fraser. Seems a long time ago, but hang about. It's been called a no ball. I believe she might have overstepped. So a possible free hit. The South African umpire doing all sorts of favours here. And you can see here that took one big stride too many. So if I were Darcy Carter, I would say, you know what? Go for broke, go down the track, get back on ball, get as many as you can. And all she succeeds in doing is playing that all the way down to mid-off there for a single. And of course, the first time a no ball was bowled was called, they had a free hit. It actually went straight to the fielder at cover, Deandra Dottin, but it wasn't adjudged out. And now Scotland's rate, of course, the current run rate has dipped to just below 7. But this is a fine shot, which has pierced the field. It should be cleared up by the long-off fielder, and it is, but running over there to deep extra cover. But not before they get to, and that brings up Scotland's 100 in the 15th over. So once again, you see, they are still ahead of Scotland at this rate, but they don't have a Stefanie Taylor who can turn on the afterburners. They just don't. 54 from 33, still basically under 10. And this is good bowling from Kiana Joseph. Round the wicket, forcing the right-handed batswoman to sort of try and back away. And still not getting too much from that. And of course, let me remind you that you can go to t20worldcup.com/POTD to register your play of the day. And I do believe that that certainly wouldn't have been a play of the day. It was a swing and a miss there from Ayla Lister. And the replacement wicketkeeper, Mangrew, sort of fell on her chest and she couldn't gather it with her glove. Last delivery, and that's a dot ball. So it's 6 runs off the over. And Scotland are now 101 for 5. 30 balls remaining. They need 53 more runs. Run rate has increased now to above 10 and over, and I just don't think they'll do it. Matthews and Fletcher taking all the 5 wickets to fall. 3 for Matthews, 2 for Fletcher. Ramharak now coming back to bowl her 4th over. She's been quite expensive, 27 runs off it. And as long as she continues to drift down the leg side, she will concede runs down that area. But they're coming back for the 2nd. And they make it. Once again, Mangru, the replacement wicketkeeper, not really being able to gather that cleanly. And it was a quick decision, really, from Darcy Carter to come back for the 2nd. And you've got to compliment her for taking that risk. And that 2nd ball is played back to the bowler. And, of course, that double takes Carter to 49 not out of 51 deliveries. Strike rate of just above 96. And she's held the batting together as the young opener. Another dot ball, which will not do her or Scotland any kind of good. And, of course, an update from the World Cup. It is goalless between Switzerland and Bosnia, so this score, as it stands, doesn't do very much for either of those 2 teams. 4th delivery. And this time, Darcy Carter is able to play that down to mid-wicket. She chooses not to come back for the 2nd. And she's had her share of injuries as well. Doesn't even feel like raising her bat to earn the applause of the crowd for a fine 50. I think you can see that she's feeling a little bit tired. She does raise her bat eventually. 6 fours in her knock. So she is now, of course, the top scorer of this match. Stefani Taylor's 47 being the 2nd highest score. 2 balls left, and Ayla Lister moves to the offside and plays that down leg. That should be cut off by the backward square leg fielder, but that will go for 2 runs. Required run rate now creeping up towards 12 and over. So 3 boundaries and 2 sixes and over would technically do it, but hoping for a boundary there, but only succeeding in finding the West Indies captain at extra cover. So 106 for 5, Scotland. They need 48 more runs with 20 balls remaining, exactly 12 and over. It's at that stage now where 3 boundaries and over or 2 sixes and over will get you across the line. Darcy Carter is still there, but can she help make it happen? Well, not the best delivery to start off there from Kiana Joseph, left arm over the wicket. Sort of tossed up and edged behind by Darcy Carter there. Right between the wicketkeeper's legs. In fact, she didn't even get any bat on that, so that's going to go down as a bye. And at this stage, Scotland are still ahead of the West Indies in terms of runs scored. I do not see them, though. They don't have a Stefani Taylor. Stefani Taylor was the difference. Now, quite a few of the bowlers have already bowled themselves out. And Kiana Joseph has conceded another no ball in addition to that bye. So it's another free hit. Well, it's now or never. Ayla Lister, will you be able to pull off a blister? Smacks that all the way down to the big wicket boundary for 4 very useful, priceless runs. And that is the 350th boundary scored off a free hit. I mean, obviously, it's the 350th boundary for the tournament, and this free hit was what brought it on. Kiana Joseph proving to be a little erratic and a little bit expensive. A few more of those, and maybe Scotland could be back in the driver's seat. Not with shots like that, they won't. Getting down on the back leg, hoping to play at that, but missing it. 42 off 22. Goes down the track, and that is a powerful hit. And it goes for 6. Well, well, well. Ayla Lister has come in late. And I think they've now decided that Kiana Joseph has got to be targeted here. The left-arm spinner proving to be a little bit off the line. The 73 meter 6. Janella Glasgow was never going to get that. And so already we have 12 off the over with only 3 balls bowled. This is the type of stuff that Scotland would need. Smacked all the way to deep mid-wicket. But Alia Lane cleans that up, and that'll be just a single. So Ayla Lister has started to accelerate. Maybe Darcy Carter can keep things ticking from here. Kiana Joseph surely can't bowl another over after this. Play in the miss there, and that's going to be a dot ball, not what Scotland would want. The 35 off 19. It's still at roughly 12 and over. 2 runs the ball. And, well, a misfield there at cover from Chanel Henry doesn't prove costly, but still, this is a good over from Scotland as far as they're concerned. 12 from it. 118 for 5. 18 balls remaining. Actually, I stand corrected. It's 119. They took a single as well. So 35 more runs off 18 balls. Still at more or less 12 and over. 2 runs a ball. Scotland do have an excellent run rate, it has to be said. And certainly that win over Ireland helped them a great deal while the West Indies had to struggle to beat New Zealand. But surely, you know, the points are more important. Deandra Dutton coming back into the attack. She bowled early in the innings. It was quite expensive. And will now be entrusted to try to snag some wickets down the order. Right arm over the wicket to Ayla Lister, the right-handed batswoman. And that should be called a wide, and it is. And that takes Scotland to 120. So it's like every extra you bowl, you literally give the batting side a gift. 9 extras there. West Indies coaches and players and supporters will not be happy with that. Still right arm over the wicket from Deandra Dotting. And that's another wide. Well, well, well. This, my friends, is the beauty of cricket. Fortunes can change in the blink of an eye. Pendulum swings here, there, and everywhere. And the scorecard on the bowling side tells the story. It's been Matthews and Fletcher who've taken all 5 wickets so far. The other ones have not really done anything. But can this change, though? Yet another wide! And so Matthews has a decision to make. And that takes the required run rate down to below 11 and over. He's put a lot of trust in her senior bowler here, Deandra Dottin. Started off with a 92-kilometre-an-hour delivery, decreased slowly to 88 and 85. But the line has just not been there. And the more extras bowled, the less pressure you put on the batting team. And that's the line you want to bowl, but that is nicely played all the way down to the deep square leg fielder, sort of backward square leg running in. Alia Lane there cleaning up quite nicely. And here, of course, we have highlights of Darcy Carter's innings, 4 boundaries in her knock. She isn't really suited to, taking the aerial route or really being a very powerful hitter, but she definitely plays on both sides of the wicket, along the ground. Struggled with her leg earlier on today. And, well, that is as fortunate as you could get, really. A huge swipe there from Darcy Carter, which flies over the slip fielder. And that goes all the way down to third man for 4. Well, Deandra Dottin is certainly releasing the pressure. And Alfie Fletcher was standing over there at slip, but she was never going to be able to get there. I'm not sure that's really a matter to smile about. And that 4 brings up the 50 partnership between Darcy Carter and Ailsa Lister. Ailsa Lister. Lister's contributed 29. Carter 18, but Lister has really been a blister on the palm of the West Indies. 27 off 16. It now suddenly looks almost possible. Make that 27 off 15. A dot ball. Play and a miss. 3 balls left. And as I said, it reminds me of a wonderful joke between Merv Hughes and the late, great Harold Dennis Bird. Lord rest his soul. Merv Hughes would quip, "Is that 3 balls I've bowled or 3 remaining?" And then Dickie said, "Shut your mouth, Merv, or I'll no-ball you for being a smart aleck." As I said, 3 balls remaining. 3 balls bowled already. And Carter now seeing that the field on the offside has been brought up, and she slices that over backward point for a boundary. And the target has now been reduced to 23 off 14. A few more singles. And Hanno, it could be that you'd be proven right. And crucially, the required run rate has now gone down to less than 10 and over. And you can see there that Deandra Dottin has lost a bit of composure. You can see her in tears, being given some encouragement now by the likes of Henry and Glasgow. And this is a sad sight. I mean, the tears are starting to run down her face. You really don't want to see this. I mean, it's sad, really, but, she's got to keep her belief up right now. 2 deliveries left. And an attempt at a single. They ended up running for it, but then being sent back. Well, that could have been a run out, and you can see that that would have meant quite a lot to Deandra Dottin. It would have meant even more if she had been able to run out the batswoman, catching it there, but her throw missing the stumps. And had that throw been on target, that would have been the end of Darcy Carter. And that would have been the end of the match as a contest, that has to be said. Last delivery, still 23 left off 13. Dottin has to keep her composure. And that drops short of the fielder Fletcher. Do they run a single? Yes, they do. So, 22 off 12. $13 off that Dottin over. And again, Hanno, if you are watching, thank you very much indeed for letting me cover this. This has been an absolutely entertaining game in every single way possible. Just another quick recap. It is, of course, Scotland versus the West Indies from Headingley in Leeds. Scotland had won the toss, opted to field first. The West Indies did, in fact, score 153 for 6 with Stefanie Taylor, a late onslaught, getting them to the 150 mark. They need 154, Scotland, to win at 7.7 and over. And the run rate is now at 11 and over, but 22 off 12 is not impossible by any means. Darcy Carter has played a brilliant hand. 59 not out from 61 deliveries. And special credit has to be given to Ailsa Lister for her hand, 29 off 22. So it is Aliyah Lane to bowl the 19th over of the innings. Right arm over the wicket. And unfortunately, that is skied high into the air. I think Elaine is running under it. She should catch it. And that is the end of Darcy Carter. Well, seeing no choice but to go the aerial route, but all she succeeded in doing was skying that high into the air. Aliyah Lane called for it. She was never going to miss it. Got her entire body under it. Well played, Darcy. 59 off 62. And you can see absolutely disconsolate there. The long walk back. The match now really should be over as a contest. Two runs a ball now. And it's very difficult to see who could make it happen. Well, Rachel Slater was an absolute hero with the ball earlier today. That's right-handed, despite being a left-arm seamer. And she plays that onto her body. They decide to run for a single, and that's as good a decision as you could get, because that means that the big hitting Ailsa Lister is now on strike with 21 needed off 10. Credit to Elaine. She called for that, caught that brilliantly. Scotland fans are still in very high spirits, but as long as Ailsa Lister is there, you don't want to see this as well. She looks absolutely disgusting. But it's still not over as long as Lister's there. Third delivery, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Lister. And she plays that all the way down to deep mid-wicket. I think she's hoping for a second, and she ends up getting a boundary. Well, Janella Glasgow, once again, the culprit for some pretty lackadaisical fielding there. Hope springs eternal. And already we've got some comments still. Still hoping that Scotland can do it. I wouldn't say it's a case of them not bowling better. I think, they started to tire a little bit. It normally happens. But once again, Janella Glasgow there. Poor fielding, really. Fourth delivery for the over. And Lister says, no, stay back there. I need to take the strike. Very sensibly done indeed. Still need to get to as close to 10 in the final over. We'll see if they can do that. Very unlucky indeed. But again, there's still... This is why, you just can't take your eyes off of this. It's almost too good to be true, in the words of that song. And, oh, Darcy, Darcy, Darcy. Please don't cry. You played magnificently. And Lister there hoping for the paddle sweep and ends up getting herself bowled, all ends up. So Scotland lose their 7th wicket. 137 on the board. And with 7 balls remaining, you've got to say the jig is more or less up. 33 off 25, a big 6 to go with 4 boundaries. And you just get the feeling that now with 3 wickets left, the West Indies are almost home and dry. One ball left in the 19th over. It is Kirsty Gordon, also a right-handed batswoman. And she joins her fellow lefty, batting righty, Rachel Slater at the crease with one ball left. And you know, you've got to wonder a penny for the thoughts of Catherine Price as well, who needlessly holed out early on in the innings. And another one's gone. Aliyah Alain there with an amazing, amazing recovery. Three wickets in that over. I'm not too sure what Kirsty Gordon was trying to do there, but she completely missed the ball, all ends up. 17 more runs, 2 wickets needed. I think we can definitely applaud Scotland for the fight they showed. But in the end, golden duck there for Kirsty Gordon. 3 sixes in the final over, but no chance. The best they could probably do is maybe go for 4 fours to tie it. The big question now, though, is who does Hayley Matthews bring on to bowl? I would assume she would not want to bring back either Kiana Joseph or Deandra Dutton. Chloe Abel has now joined Rachel Slater at the crease. And it is, in fact, Slater who will face the final over to be bowled by Kiana Joseph. And that's a misfield off the bowler. And do they decide to run for 2? Yes, they do. 15 off 5. Well, it's a sign of confidence that Matthews has in Kiana Joseph that she's given her the final over. Or it could very well be that she's really the only option. Chanel Henry could have bowled. Yeah. So left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Slater. And she plays that all the way down to the leg side. They decide to run for 2. A throw to the wicketkeeper's end, and Mangrew misses it. Well, it's certainly going to be academic in the whole scheme of things, but still, that throw was as perfect as you could want it. And all Mangrew had to do was, you know, gather the ball. Rachel Slater was out for the count. .13 with 4 balls left. Well, that is hit high and hard. And it goes straight to the mid-wicket fielder. And somehow Scotland run another 2. 11 off 3. They can't do this, can they? And Abel quickly deciding to, well, there was a bit of a miscommunication there, but in the end, Kiana Joseph wasn't really quick enough to throw down at the wicketkeeper's end. So 11 off 3. I mean, this has been a really, really fine match, but I think it's fair to say that, you know, Scotland just didn't quite have enough in the end. And appealing for an edge, and that's it. After 3 doubles, Scotland are now 143 for 8. 9, I should say, with 2 balls remaining. And they need 11 more runs. Two sixes. But of course, Joseph has had problems, you know, with a no ball. And of course, it is Gabriella Fontanella who will be facing the penultimate ball of the innings. So what does she do? Right-handed up against the left arm round the wicket. Kiana Joseph. Well, she plays that all the way down to mid-wicket. And they still up to run for. Oh, there's a miscommunication there. But once again, and this time they do run for a second. Well, I mean, the one piece of consolation is that it ensures that the match is now already won. 8 runs off the over, but a wicket for Kiana Joseph. The one thing she cannot afford to do, or maybe which she could, ironically, is bowl a no ball. Unless, of course, that no ball ends up getting smacked for a boundary. Such an outcome really is not even worth a punt, to be honest. Last ball of the innings. And that's down to mid-wicket. Do they run for a second? Yes, they do. They decide to go for it. And that's it. The West Indies win. By 8 runs. Scotland 146. Out. With no balls remaining. Actually, I was wrong. They needed 8 more runs. The West Indies win this match by 7 runs. So, Scotland needed 154 runs to overhaul the target at 7.7 and over. They fell just short at 146 all out. I think it's fair to say that the middle phase, when they lost those wickets in a huge clump there to Matthews and Fletcher, really cost them in the end. And they just didn't have a powerful enough hitter who could help them add late runs near the end. Stefani Taylor's innings of 47 proving to be very, very crucial indeed. And as a result, the West Indies win by 7 runs and they go to second in the table. In terms of the net run rate, they aren't because they've had to play all their overs and had very narrow wins. Their net run rate is not really the best. But they are second in the table. And they are now favourites, of course, to reach the semi-finals, you would think, along with England. New Zealand are in all sorts of trouble. And I'll tell you what, on the basis of this showing, the white firms will not have it easy against the Scots. And already the comments are starting to fly in. Nope, never going to happen. 3 wides. Hello to you, brother. Thanks for joining in. Knock it off, boy. Big up to you, our son. And, well, obviously it was playing. I think, Haddo might have done a watch-along for that. I don't know. And I think Bangladesh at this particular rate might very well be, I don't know if they're necessarily out of the tournament. Let me just check the tables and I will confirm. And you have to feel for Darcy Carter at the end, letting the tears run there. And so the scorecard tells the story. Darcy Carter at the top of the order with 59 off 62, played a wonderful hand. Catherine Fraser had provided a rollicking start, but that middle order where the Bryce sisters, McCall and Chatterjee just got out to that Matthews-Fletcher combination really set them back in a very big way. And although Ailsa Lister came in and smacked a good 33 in Carter's company, it was never going to be enough. And then while Henry and Docton ended up being expensive, the other bowlers did their part. Matthews in particular, outstanding with figures of 3 for 19 off of 4 overs. Special mention to Afi Fletcher for her 2 for 16 off 4 overs at an economy rate of 4. And so the West Indies win a quality competitive match by 7 runs. I think their experience and know-how in the end just told. And for Hayley Matthews, after the pain of losing to Scotland in that 50-over World Cup qualifier and seeing the West Indies not qualify to play in the tournament, sweet revenge. And you can see now that the Scotland players are in a huddle. And all that has to be said is, well done to you, ladies. You showed that you belong in this tournament. That was a brilliant performance with the ball. with a little bit more experience and composure and know-how, you probably could have pulled it off. But the shot selection, it has to be said, left a lot to be desired. And of course, we are going to find out who the player of the match is. It'll be a tough call between Stefanie Taylor and Hayley Matthews. We will find out who it is. And I can tell you that it is, in fact, Stefanie Taylor who is the player of the match. And she will be receiving her award. And once she receives it, I will mute the screen to find out what she says.
Indeed.
Right, so sorry about that. Basically, Stefanie was saying that, it was basically important to make sure that she found the right areas. She was actually supposed to bat at number 5, but then, with the situation, I think maybe it demanded someone to come in and sort of start hitting out near the end. And so, she came in and did what she had to do and did it quite effectively. And her innings proved to be the difference. And no, Bangladesh is not out of the tournament. They beat the Netherlands in their first game, but lost heavily to Australia. So they don't have a good net run rate, but they are still very much in the tournament. And we see the table from Group B, the West Indies joining them on 4 points. Scotland are still stuck on 2, but they do have an excellent run rate of 0.82 under the circumstances, especially compared to negative 2.04 for Sri Lanka and negative 1.49 for Ireland. So Scotland and Sri Lanka could very well be an opportunity for Scotland to finish even higher in the table. But no, Bangladesh are not out of the tournament. And we won't be really following the Australia-Bangladesh Test series. I think we've sort of devoted our attention on this channel, at least, to the Cricket World Cup and also the FIFA World Cup, where Hannah is actually sharing it along with some other streamers. And yes, he did watch the Bafana game against the Czech Republic, and happy that Bafana got a point. So as things stand, South Africa are not out of it yet. And as Hannah has mentioned, we'll be covering every game of the FIFA World Cup. I wouldn't say that Pakistan got smashed yesterday. They still kept it as competitive as they possibly could against South Africa. But again, it's always a question of the fine margins and things just, making a difference in the end. And subscribed for a long time, but never had the time to come on. Well, we're good to have you here now. And Hannah also saying that Pakistan fought back very well indeed. I think Hannah might best answer that question, but I don't think it's dying in South Africa as long as the national teams continue to perform well. And many Pakistan cricket fans were criticising the women's team. Listen, I think there is still a lot of inexperience in the team. And, when you make a decision to drop Diana Baig and pick some younger players, you are going to end up with them making a few mistakes. So it kind of is what it is. And Hannah answering your question saying domestically, it's important to improve the structure and the players that are selected, but it's not dying by any means. And look, some of these reports, Hassan, can be sensationalized just to get people glued to the screen, as it were. A.B. de Villiers, of course, Abraham Benjamin, the GOAT from South Africa. Stefanie Taylor is like the sister version of Andre Russell. I don't know if I'd necessarily go that far. And as far as Bangladesh are concerned, well, I think the best thing they can do, Hassan, would be to just... if they, I think they've beaten the Netherlands. If they can just continue to fight well against Pakistan and, maybe India, we'll see how they do. And they also have to play South Africa. So there's still some time there. Sithole destroyed Bafana by getting sent off. Well, listen, South Africa have recovered. And Bokazi is the best prospect for South Africa in the FIFA World Cup. So that's something to be said. And listen, we aren't going to wrap it up just yet. We will, of course, be hearing from the two captains. Obviously, a disconsolate Catherine Bryce. I think she'll be kicking herself for getting herself out the way she did when a lot was expected of her. And then, of course, Hayley Matthews. Revenge is sweet, and the relief, even more so. Yeah, I just saw that, and thanks for the update. Switzerland smashing Bosnia-Herzegovina. The game coming to life in the last 15 minutes of the game with Manzambi putting Switzerland ahead and Vargas doubling the lead. Then, of course, no, actually, it was, Vargas doubled the lead. And then Manzambi got a second. Marmic gave Bosnia a little bit of a consolation, but then the last minute penalty deep into extra time from Granit Xhaka resulted in the 4-1 score. So that could very well be it as far as Bosnia's World Cup is concerned. And Switzerland are going to have to blame themselves, really, for not taking advantage of their game against Qatar. It kind of did, but it was also a little bit, yeah. And so we got the captains. Well, Hayley Matthews there with a lot to say, basically talking about how, spin ended up being a factor sort of while they were batting as well. They realised that they had to depend on the spin. And it was basically Hayley Matthews and Afi Fletcher who combined rip out the Scotland middle order. And from there, it was always going to be an uphill battle more than anything else. And also some reflections on the injuries. I think she'll be hoping that both Shemaine Campbell and Chanel Henry will be fit enough to continue to play. But Shemaine actually was, quite sick this morning and 50-50 to even play. And so she had to go off and be replaced by Mandy Mangrew in the end, who, of course, had the final word with that run out of Gabriella Fontenla. And basically saying again, talking about Stefani's innings, how she wanted to come in earlier, but some other batsmen were sent in to try to accelerate and they couldn't do it. But then when she got in, she took the ball by the horns. And that's sort of the way it is. And as far as Catherine Bryce is concerned, you could see the the devastation in the Scotland players commiserating with their families in the stands, walking around, applauding the support. And it was just that they got so close and really gave themselves a chance. It's like the closer you get, the greater the disappointment. But once they reflect on it, it's their second World Cup. They could have had a second win in 2 games. A first game against quality opposition like the West Indies, who have won the T20 World Cup before. So Scotland need to reflect on this and look back with a great deal of pride. And I think, although Bryce would have been happy with the 150 scoreline, she knew that they let it slip near the end. It was a bit of a missed opportunity. And then, when the West Indies spinners got going, it was just a question of, when it was going to end. Although Scotland bravely kept fighting, Bravehearts, every single one of them. And then, of course, it sets it up nicely for a mouth-watering game against England not too long after this. So I will be covering that, a nice clash with between the two old enemies, as it were. And I really, really am grateful to Hanno for letting me cover this. And we ended up providing a really, really good game. And some interesting comments here talking about this. Obviously, mentioning that at about 10:30 GMT, or British summertime, as it were, they will be live for Qatar against Canada. And then a low block against Switzerland. I think you mean Bosnia, maybe. Qatar versus Canada should be a good game, but Gattuso is an awful manager. Yep, it was indeed Bosnia. I'm glad you corrected that. And obviously talking about when Italy played against Bosnia in the playoffs, it was effectively a low block, and shame on Gennaro Gattuso, who has, of course, since resigned. The South African coach should have used Apollos in the first game. And Hanno saying Hugo Bruce, the Belgian, is a bit of an irritating bloke. And then talking about Apollos scoring for Mamelodi Sundown against RB Leipzig. And if South Africa beats South Korea, I think they'll qualify. It'll be difficult to see because, again, the goal difference will play a very big role. Okay, and then, of course, you've got head-to-head records. I think Bosnia are pretty much, out for the count. I don't see them, progressing in this tournament. They could, in fact, beat Qatar and give themselves a chance. But again, that is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. And, of course, you do have an increased chance of being able to qualify as a third-place team. But Bosnia are going to have to really overcome that goal difference to give themselves a chance. Shamim Chowdhury, the commentator. I can't say I know who he is, but thank you very much indeed. Can you beat Australia in the second T20? You should be able to, I think. And, of course, this is the link for the Canada versus Qatar watch-along. So, listen, once again, thank you all very much indeed for joining in. It was something which I thought of doing at the last minute. Hanno gave me the go-ahead, and I'm glad that I was able to cover this. And, of course, coverage from the T20 World Cup will continue, of course, on this channel. And we are grateful, of course, to have been able to bring this to you, this wonderful, exciting match from Headingley in Leeds. And, of course, as a reminder, the West Indies won by 7 runs. The West Indies went to 153 for 6 after 20 overs. In reply, Scotland could only get to 146 all out, 8 short of their target. And so an exciting game which sees West Indies second in the table, but their pretty poor run rate could very well work against them unless they can beat England in one of their remaining games. And England look in imperious form, but we have seen them be exposed for being some flat track bullies. And of course, when England exited the last T20 World Cup, it was at the hands of the West Indies in the groups phase. And the West Indies, of course, went on to make the semi-finals, while England had a long journey home. So nothing can be taken for granted. But once again, thank you to all those of you who joined in belatedly. Huge shout out to Janlu for joining in at half-time. And to everyone who's posted your comments. Janlu, of course, Lily Angel, Asan, and of course Hanno, really, really grateful. And I think, this match has probably ended up getting a lot of traction, so I'm really happy. But it is time for me to sign off and wrap up. So all I will say once again is take care of yourselves. Keep subscribing to the channel. Keep liking our videos. Keep following the action. And apart from that, take care of yourselves. Be safe. Be happy. God bless each and every one of you. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do. And until next time, see you again soon. Cheers.